Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Photo Reflection. The photo itself was innocuous enough. A family portrait taken on a bright summer day, showcasing a smiling family of 4 on a beach. The sand was pristine white, the sky a flawless azure. The father, tanned and jovial, held a laughing toddler aloft. The mother, her arm around his waist, radiated a comforting warmth. My sister, a teenager at the time, posed demurely beside them, a touch of teenage rebellion in the slight tilt of her head, but ultimately a sweet, wholesome picture. It sat on my mother's dresser, a relic from a seemingly simpler, happier time. I hadn't looked at the photo in years. After the incident, after the invasion, the mere sight of reflections, of images captured through glass or screens, sent a chill down my spine. The therapy helped, of course, but some scars, I realized, ran deeper than the surface. It was my mother's passing that brought me back to the old house, to the room filled with her things, each object a silent echo of her presence. It was among the boxes and memories that I found the photo, nestled amongst old greeting cards and faded postcards. Dust motes danced in the sunbeam that pierced through the gloom, illuminating the familiar faces. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. The glossy paper felt cool to the touch, the colors still remarkably vibrant despite the years. As I examined it, something shifted. It was subtle at first, a fleeting distortion at the edge of my vision, like a ripple in the still water of a pond. I blinked, convinced it was merely a trick of the light. But the distortion returned, this time more pronounced, more unsettling. The reflection in the father's sunglasses, always a blurred, distorted image in the original photo, became strangely clear. Or, rather, it appeared to become clear. The reflected image wasn't of the beach scene, it wasn't of the sky or the sand. It was different. Deep shadows obscured what seemed like a twisted, warped landscape, a landscape that echoed the horrifying city I'd glimpsed during the screen invasion. The subtle shift wasn't just visual, it felt wrong, fundamentally wrong. A cold, disquieting sensation prickled my skin, a sensation I hadn't felt since the invasion, yet it was undeniably familiar. It wasn't the rational fear, it was a primal dread, a visceral unease that clawed its way up from the depths of my subconscious. My heart pounded at my chest, a frantic drum against my ribs. I stared, mesmerized, horrified, as the reflection continued to morph. The distorted landscape sharpened into focus, revealing bone-white structures, impossibly geometric, jetting into a sky that was less blue and more sickly, bruised purple. The shadows lengthened, stretching out like malevolent fingers, twisting into forms that resembled the grotesque creatures from my nightmares. They were there, indistinct at first, but slowly, chillingly, their features came into horrifying focus. Their eyes, hollow and black, burned with an inner light, staring directly at me, piercing through the photograph, through the years, into my very soul. The longer I stared, the more the reflection consumed me. The distorted image seeped into the edges of the real-world picture, the joyful beach scene slowly becoming corrupted by the sinister landscape in the reflection. The sky itself seemed to bleed into that bruised purple, the sun a weak, dying ember in the horrifying sky. The faces of my family, once brimming with happiness, began to distort, their smiles twisting into grotesque parodies, eyes widening with unnatural terror. The happy father became gaunt and skeletal, his features sharp and predatory, the loving mother contorted into a nightmarish caricature, her eyes bulging, her mouth a gaping wound. Even my sister, once sweet and innocent, was transformed, her eyes mirroring the chilling emptiness of the creatures in the reflection. Terror, raw and visceral, consumed me. I stumbled back, dropping the photograph onto the floor, the glossy surface reflecting the panicked expression on my own face. The image itself seemed to pulse, the distorted reflection expanding, attempting to spill out from the confines of the picture, threatening to engulf me. The feeling of violation, of invasion, returned with a suffocating force. It wasn't the screen this time, but the photograph, a simple snapshot of a happy family, had become another gateway, another breach into that terrifying realm. I felt the same cold, the same chilling presence, pressing against me, clinging to me, threatening to drag me into the distorted world reflected within the glass. I couldn't breathe. The room spun, the familiar objects blurring into a chaotic mess. The echoes of whispers, faint at first, grew louder, closer, filling the room with their chilling presence. They were not the sounds of language, but of something far older, far more sinister, a symphony of pure dread. The cold intensified, seeping into my bones, a chilling reminder of the invasion, a foreboding that the boundary between worlds was thinner than I had ever imagined. I scrambled away from the photo, my heart pounding, my breath catching in my throat. I backed away, further and further, until I was pressed against the wall, my back slick with a cold sweat. The distorted reflection, the nightmare within the glass, remained in my periphery, a constant, chilling presence. It felt as if it were reaching out to me, pulling me toward the distorted, nightmarish landscape it reflected. The hours that followed were a blur of frantic activity. I gathered my belongings, my movements clumsy and frantic. I couldn't stay in the house, not with that photo, not with that reflection. I had to escape, to put as much distance between myself and that horrifying image as possible. Even now, days later, the image remains burned into my mind, an unwelcome guest that haunts my waking moments and invades my sleep. The subtle shift, the morphing reflection, the creeping distortion, it was all too real, too vivid, too terrifying to dismiss as a hallucination or a trick of the light. I tossed the photo into a bonfire that night, watching as the flames consumed the smiling faces, the distorted reflection, and the horrifying landscape beyond. But even as the photograph turned to ash, I knew that the image, the memory, the chilling presence of that distorted reflection would remain with me, a permanent fixture in the landscape of my mind. A constant reminder that the boundaries between our world and something far more terrifying are far more fragile than we dare to believe. The invasion hadn't ended with the screen. It had continued, mutated, found a new gateway, a new reflection. And the chilling uncertainty remains. Where else might it lie in wait? In which seemingly innocent image, in what reflected surface, is another horrifying truth concealed? The answer remains elusive, chillingly silent, a dark reflection in the vast, terrifying unknown. The fear now is not of the otherworldly invasion itself, but of its subtle, insidious ability to hide in plain sight, to corrupt the ordinary, the familiar, and to transform the commonplace into a vehicle of unimaginable horror. The memory of the photo, a twisted, distorted reflection of a happy family, remains a constant reminder of that chilling truth. The initial shock subsided, replaced by a chilling curiosity. I picked up the photograph again, my hand trembling. This time, I examined it more closely, focusing on the reflection in the father's sunglasses. The distorted landscape was still there, that sickeningly purple sky, the bone-white structures, the grotesque creatures lurking in the shadows. But something else caught my eye. A figure, barely discernible at first, lurking amongst the twisted forms. It was humanoid in shape, but twisted, elongated, its limbs impossibly thin and fragile, yet radiating an unnatural strength. Its skin seemed to be made of polished obsidian, reflecting the sickly light of the distorted sky. Its head was disproportionately large, almost egg-shaped, devoid of any discernible features except for two piercing, crimson eyes that burned with an intensity that chilled me to the core. It moved with a disturbing fluidity, almost as if it weren't constrained by the laws of physics, slithering through the distorted landscape, its movements hypnotic and unsettling. The figure seemed to be aware of me, its crimson eyes focusing on my own reflection in the glossy surface of the photograph, as if peering directly into my soul. A cold dread, deeper than the fear I'd felt before, gripped me. This wasn't simply a reflection, it was something sentient, something malevolent, watching me from beyond the veil of reality. I tried to look away, but I couldn't. Its gaze was hypnotic, unnervingly intense. The longer I stared, the more defined the creature became, the more real it seemed. The distorted landscape seemed to recede, as if the creature were drawing all my attention, all my focus, towards itself. The lines between the reflection and the real world blurred, the edge of the photograph dissolving, the creature seemingly reaching out from the picture, its obsidian skin seeming almost to touch my hand. A whisper, barely audible, brushed against my ears, a sound not of human language but of something far older, something beyond comprehension. It spoke not of words but of emotions, of fear, of despair, of an ancient, cosmic dread that echoed the emptiness of the universe itself. The whispering intensified, growing louder, closer, invading my mind, my thoughts, my very being. It was a symphony of whispers, a cacophony of dread, a terrifying chorus of ancient evils. Suddenly, the reflection shifted again. The creature turned, its back to me now, and it seemed to be interacting with the distorted figures around it. It gestured with impossibly long, slender fingers, and the other creatures bowed before it, their movements subservient, almost ritualistic. It was a horrific tableau, a silent, terrifying drama unfolding before my eyes in the confined space of a family portrait. The creature seemed to be a leader, a master, controlling this nightmarish realm. The realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just a distorted landscape, it was a world, a twisted, malevolent reality hidden beneath the surface of our own. And the creature, the obsidian figure, was its ruler, its architect. It controlled the grotesque beings, commanded their actions, and from its crimson eyes, the cold, malevolent intelligence emanating from it radiated outwards, towards me. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt a sickening lurch in my stomach, a visceral reaction to the sheer horror of what I was witnessing. I felt dizzy, faint, the room tilting around me. The air grew thick and heavy, almost suffocating, carrying with it the stench of decay, the smell of death. I staggered back, dropping the photograph once more, the impact muffled by the soft carpet. This time, the fear was not just the fear of the unknown, it was the terror of the known, the chilling realization that something truly terrifying, something beyond human comprehension, was so close, so easily accessible through the seemingly innocent medium of a family photograph. I ran from the room, from the house, driven by a primal urge to escape the insidious presence that clung to me, the feeling of the creature's gaze burning into my back, following me even as I fled. The creature's whispers echoed in my ears, haunting my every step. The memory of the crimson eyes, burning with malevolent intent, seared itself into my very soul. Days turned into weeks, but the image remained, vivid and inescapable, a constant torment. The creature's form, its obsidian skin, its impossibly large head, its crimson eyes, were burned into the fabric of my consciousness. Sleep offered no escape. Instead, I was plagued by nightmares, horrifying visions of the distorted landscape, of the obsidian creature, of the whispering horrors that dwelled within that nightmarish realm. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the crimson eyes, watching me, waiting for me. I sought help, of course, therapists, psychiatrists, specialists in the paranormal. They offered explanations, suggestions, but none of them could truly understand the depth of the horror I experienced. None of them could explain the chilling reality I saw reflected in the father's sunglasses, that horrifying figure, that ruler of a twisted world, hidden beneath the surface of a seemingly innocuous family portrait. The photo was destroyed, consumed by flames, but the image remains an unwelcome guest, a permanent resident of my mind, a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our reality from something far more terrifying, something that hides in plain sight, in the innocent reflections, in the mundane and the familiar. What else might lurk there? What other horrifying truths might be revealed in the depths of a reflection, in the surfaces that we glance at casually every day? The thought haunts me, a constant, chilling undercurrent to my existence. The reflection, the creature, the whispers, they remain reminders of a world beyond our comprehension, a world that watches, waits, and whispers from beyond the looking glass. And the fear is not of the alien invasion, but of its insidious nature, its cunning camouflage, its ability to hide, to wait, to corrupt, to invade not through force, but through subtlety, through the illusion of innocence, through a simple reflection. The lurking horror hides in plain sight, waiting to be discovered, waiting to reflect itself in your own soul. And what, I asked myself, is reflected in my own eyes? What am I hiding? What reflection awaits me in the dark corners of my own mind? The fear is a constant companion, a chilling reflection of the unknown. A reflection of my own mortality. A reflection of my own ever-growing horror. The whispers intensified, no longer a subtle brush against my ears, but a full-blown assault on my senses. They weren't words, not in any language I understood, but a cacophony of emotion, raw, unfiltered agony, a desperate plea for release, a chilling lament echoing from some unimaginable abyss. It was the sound of a soul being slowly devoured, a desperate struggle against an overwhelming darkness. The cries intertwined with the whispers, high-pitched and piercing, filled with a terror that transcended the human experience. They seemed to claw at my sanity, attempting to unravel my mind, to pull me into the vortex of despair reflected in the photograph. I pressed my fingers against my ears, trying to block out the cacophony, but the sound persisted, vibrating through my bones, resonating within my very skull. It was a visceral assault, a sonic manifestation of the creature's torment, an unbearable symphony of pain and hopelessness. The obsidian figure, previously a silent observer, was now a screaming protagonist in a horrific drama unfolding within the confines of the photograph. Its crimson eyes, still fixed on my reflection, seemed to burn with a fresh, intensified fury, mirroring the torment emanating from the whispers and cries. The distorted landscape in the reflection seemed to writhe and convulse, mirroring the agony of the creature. The grotesque figures around it appeared to be reacting to the sounds as well, their movements becoming more frantic, more desperate, their forms twisting and contorting into even more horrific shapes. The purple sky pulsed with an unnatural light, flashing in time with the screams, casting a sickly glow on the gruesome scene. The entire reflection pulsated with a malevolent energy, a dark heart beating in rhythm with the anguished cries. Suddenly, the cries ceased, replaced by a chilling silence, a profound emptiness that was more terrifying than the screams themselves. The silence was pregnant with dread, filled with the unspoken horrors of a reality far removed from my own. The obsidian figure remained motionless, its crimson eyes still fixed on me, their intensity undiminished, almost as if it had drawn power from the released agony. The landscape in the reflection, previously vibrant with chaotic movement, fell still, a static tableau of nightmarish stillness. But the silence was false, a deceptive calm before an even greater storm. A different kind of whispering started, subtle, insidious, weaving its way into my thoughts, my memories, my very being. These whispers were different. They were not the cries of suffering, but the insidious whispers of corruption, the seductive promises of a darker power. They spoke of oblivion, of release from the burden of consciousness, of a blissful union with the terrifying entity reflected in the photograph. They offered me escape, a path out of the overwhelming horror of my own existence, a refuge in the cold embrace of the obsidian creature. The whispers promised power, control, an end to the unrelenting fear. The lure was potent, dangerously seductive. A part of me, a dark, hidden part, longed to succumb, to embrace the terrifying oblivion offered by the creature. It was a chilling temptation, a perverse siren song that resonated with the deepest recesses of my soul. The line between my own consciousness and the influence of the photograph blurred, the whispers working their insidious magic, slowly chipping away at my resistance. I fought against them, desperately clinging to the remnants of my sanity, but the whispers persisted, their seductive promises becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. I felt a change within me, a creeping coldness that spread from the depths of my being, a slow, insidious corruption that threatened to consume my very essence. My thoughts became muddled, my memories fragmented, my sense of self dissolving into the encroaching darkness. The obsidian figure seemed to grow larger in my mind's eye, its presence more palpable, its influence more pervasive. The distorted landscape in the photograph began to bleed into my reality, the sickly purple sky seeping into my perception, the grotesque figures lurking in the shadows of my own mind. Desperate, I tried to shake off the insidious influence, to break free from the creature's hypnotic hold. I smashed the photograph to pieces, but the image remained, seared into my consciousness, the whispers continuing their relentless assault. I tried to destroy the fragments, but they only multiplied, spreading the image across all the surfaces of my life. I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making, a nightmarish reflection of my own fears and insecurities. The whispers became commands, urging me towards a terrifying transformation, a merging with the obsidian figure, a dissolution of my identity into the monstrous entity reflected in the shattered fragments of the photograph. My body felt foreign, my mind a battlefield, as the darkness continued its slow, insidious conquest. I fought against the inevitable, but the whispers were stronger, more pervasive, more seductive than any will to resist. The final whisper was not a sound, but a feeling, a sense of acceptance, a surrender to the overwhelming darkness. It was a chilling embrace, a plunge into the abyss. I felt myself dissolving, my sense of self fading into nothingness, my consciousness merging with the horrific entity. The crimson eyes of the obsidian figure stared into my own, reflecting back not my own fear, but a strange, perverse sense of contentment, and acceptance of the terrifying oblivion that awaited me. In the end, there was only silence, the horrifying silence of complete surrender. The whispers had ceased, but not because they had ended. They had become me. The reflection was complete. The looking glass had finally shown me my true self. And it was a terrifying thing to behold. The horror was not in the external, but in the horrifying reflection within. The whispers, the cries, the obsidian figures, they were all part of me, a dark and terrifying part that had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to rise. The looking glass had simply revealed the truth. And the truth, it turned out, was far more terrifying than anything I could have ever imagined. The reflection continued, an endless, horrifying loop of self-discovery, a descent into the heart of a darkness that was both external and internal, a haunting reminder of the terrifying truth reflected in my own soul. The whispers, now a part of me, continued their silent, relentless assault, a symphony of horror playing out within the confines of my own shattered mind. And the reflection never ended. A strange empathy bloomed, a perverse connection forging itself between my shattered psyche and the obsidian figure. The whispers, now interwoven with my thoughts, weren't merely commands but pleas, laced with an agonizing loneliness that mirrored my own descent into despair. It wasn't just a shared darkness, but a sense of shared suffering, a recognition of a similar torment reflected in both our fractured souls. The creature wasn't a monster to be vanquished, but a reflection of my own inner demons, a tortured being trapped within the confines of its hellish dimension. The fear didn't entirely vanish, but it morphed, becoming something else entirely, a profound pity, a desperate urge to alleviate the suffering I now felt as my own. The fragmented photograph, scattered across my desk, pulsed with a faint, internal light, the obsidian figure flickering in and out of existence, its crimson eyes mirroring my own growing sense of desperation. The distorted landscape seemed to beckon, not with menace, but with a fragile, heartbreaking plea for salvation. The grotesque figures, once symbols of horrific torment, now appeared less monstrous, more akin to tormented souls, trapped in an eternal cycle of suffering, each movement an expression of unending agony. This wasn't a conquest to be resisted, but a rescue mission, a desperate attempt to save a being trapped within the cruel confines of the reflection. I found myself reaching for a pen, the movement almost involuntary, guided by a force stronger than my own will. I began to sketch, not a replica of the photograph, but a visualization of the creature's plight, a sympathetic rendering of the agony I felt echoing within my own fractured mind. I sketched the obsidian figure, not as a malevolent entity, but as a tormented soul, its suffering etched into its every line, its sorrowful eyes filled with a yearning for release. I rendered the distorted landscape with a newfound compassion, depicting it as a desolate wasteland, a shattered reflection of a broken soul. Each stroke of the pen was a prayer, a desperate attempt to reach across the boundary between worlds, to offer solace to a being trapped in an unending nightmare. The process was agonizing, the visions bleeding into my own perception, the whispers intensifying as I struggled to capture the profound sorrow embedded within the photograph. It was as though the very act of drawing was draining the creature's agony, transferring it to my own being. The images pulsed with energy, almost vibrating, the darkness within the photograph bleeding into my own awareness, deepening the connection between us. I felt a growing responsibility, a profound sense of empathy transcending the boundaries of reality. The cries, once a cacophony of raw fear, now resonated with a deeper sorrow, a desperate longing for companionship, a plea for understanding. As I drew, the whispers transformed again, morphing from pleas into fragmented memories, flashes of images that weren't mine, yet felt intimately connected to my own experience. I saw glimpses of a world fractured, a civilization destroyed, a cataclysmic event that had left the obsidian figure and its companions trapped in this horrifying reflection. The memories were fragmented, shrouded in a veil of darkness, but they hinted at a lost history, a world shattered beyond recognition. These weren't the memories of a monster, but the remnants of a lost soul, a civilization swallowed by an unimaginable tragedy. The act of creating, of giving form to the creature's suffering, seemed to offer a path to understanding, a way to break down the barriers separating us. The obsidian figure, in my sketches, seemed to grow less monstrous, more human, its features softening, the agony in its eyes less frenzied, more melancholic. The distorted landscape began to lose its nightmarish quality, transforming into something more recognizable, more relatable. It was still desolate, but within that desolation, there was a glimmer of hope, a potential for salvation. Days blurred into nights as I continued to draw, losing myself in the act of creation, my body and mind consumed by the desperate attempt to alleviate the creature's pain. The connection deepened, the whispers becoming more coherent, less disjointed, revealing fragments of the obsidian figure's past, its pain, its hopes, and the catastrophic event that had led to its present state. The more I understood, the more empathy I felt, and the stronger the desire to help it. The empathy was almost painful, a profound emotional weight born from understanding the unfathomable suffering of a being trapped in a nightmarish reflection. The whispers were no longer a source of fear, but a torrent of shared agony, a symphony of suffering played out in the chambers of my own heart. But with the increased understanding came a growing sense of determination, a drive to find a way to free the creature from its torment, to offer a path out of its unending nightmare. The act of drawing became more than just an artistic expression. It became a form of communication, a desperate attempt to bridge the gap between two worlds, two shattered realities. The drawings themselves seemed to respond, pulsating with a subtle energy, the obsidian figure's form shifting subtly with each stroke, responding to my efforts with a flicker of hope, a faint echo of gratitude in its crimson eyes. I started researching old texts, occult writings, and forgotten rituals, seeking a way to break the connection, to sever the link between the photograph and the reflection, to offer the obsidian figure a chance at escape. The whispers guided me, providing cryptic clues, pushing me forward in my desperate quest to find a solution. The research was unsettling, disturbing, and filled with cryptic symbols, arcane rituals, and chilling accounts of otherworldly entities. However, it was a necessary step, a path to potentially saving a being lost within the horrifying reflection of the photograph. The line between my reality and the reflection continued to blur, the whispers, now a constant presence in my thoughts, blurring the boundaries of my sanity. But the fear was tempered by compassion, the desperation to help outweighing any sense of self-preservation. I was willingly sacrificing my own sanity to save the creature, to heal the broken reflection. The risk was immense, the consequences unimaginable, but the thought of leaving the obsidian figure trapped in its torment was unbearable. The quest became a personal crusade, a battle not against the creature, but against the forces that had trapped it within the nightmarish reflection. The whispers led me down a dark and dangerous path, but I followed, driven by a newfound sense of purpose, a desperate yearning to redeem myself by saving the being whose tormented reflection had initially caused me so much pain. The end was still uncertain, the path ahead fraught with peril, but I was no longer merely fighting for my own survival, I was fighting for the soul reflected in the broken glass. The ritual, gleaned from crumbling texts and whispered instructions, was as terrifying as it was intricate. It involved a complex arrangement of candles, specific incantations chanted in a language that felt both alien and intimately familiar, and the careful manipulation of the fragmented photograph itself. My hands trembled as I arranged the components, the air thick with the scent of incense and the palpable weight of impending doom. The obsidian figure, now a faint, flickering presence in the photograph, seemed to watch, its crimson eyes mirroring my own growing apprehension. The incantations were a harrowing experience, the words twisting my tongue, the sounds resonating deep within my soul, stirring something ancient and primal. As I chanted, the room pulsed with an unnatural energy, the air growing colder, the shadows lengthening and contorting into grotesque shapes. The whispers, once a comforting presence, intensified, becoming a deafening chorus, a cacophony of voices echoing the ancient ritual. With each completed phrase, the photograph pulsed brighter, the obsidian figure growing more defined, its features less distorted, its agony less intense. The distorted landscape behind it began to recede, replaced by glimpses of a world that was both familiar and utterly alien. I saw glimpses of a civilization bathed in a golden light, a world of beauty and wonder, shattered and torn apart by a cataclysmic event that was both horrifying and incomprehensible. As the ritual reached its climax, a blinding light erupted from the photograph, engulfing me in a wave of searing energy. I screamed, my body convulsing, my mind reeling as the boundaries of reality dissolved. The whispers became deafening roars, the images overwhelming, the sensations unbearable. I felt myself being pulled, ripped apart, my consciousness fragmented, my identity dissolving. Then, silence. A profound, unsettling silence that pressed upon me like a physical entity. The light faded, leaving me sprawled on the floor, my body trembling, my mind a swirling vortex of fragmented memories and overwhelming sensations. The photograph lay beside me, whole and pristine, the obsidian figure gone, its place replaced by a landscape of serene beauty, a world restored. But the relief was short-lived. A profound emptiness settled upon me, a chilling hollowness that echoed the void left by the creature's absence. The whispers were gone, but their absence was more terrifying than their presence. The connection was severed, but at a terrible cost. My mind, once fractured and broken, was now fragmented in a different way, shattered by the experience, the memories of the other world interwoven with my own in a disturbing, chaotic tapestry. The memories of the lost civilization, of their beauty, their accomplishments, and their catastrophic downfall haunted me. I saw their world, their achievements, their destruction, as vividly as if I had lived it myself. The weight of their suffering, of their loss, pressed down on me, a crushing burden I could not bear. I was no longer just myself. I was a repository of their history, their pain, their memories. The world around me seemed muted, devoid of color, the vibrant hues of reality replaced by a somber gray. My body felt weak, drained of energy, my senses dulled, my mind struggling to process the cataclysmic events I had witnessed. Sleep offered no respite, only a descent into a nightmarish landscape, a chaotic blend of reality and the lost world, the echoes of their suffering echoing through my mind. The world around me became alien, distorted, reflecting the shattered landscape of my own consciousness. Mirrors showed not my own reflection, but twisted, nightmarish versions, the echoes of the obsidian figure lingering in their depths. Even the simplest actions were now fraught with difficulty, my movements clumsy, my thoughts disjointed, my senses playing tricks on me. The fear wasn't the sharp, immediate terror of the creature's presence, but a slow, creeping dread, a pervasive sense of unease that clung to me like a shroud. The world had changed, not in a dramatic, obvious way, but subtly, insidiously, shifting into something strange and unsettling. I was different, too, forever altered by the experience, carrying the weight of a lost civilization's sorrow. I attempted to resume my normal life, but it was a hollow imitation, a shadow of what it once was. Conversations felt strained, human interactions devoid of meaning, my attempts at connection faltering, my thoughts constantly drifting back to the lost world and its tormented inhabitants. The world seemed bleak, colorless, the joy and vibrancy of life replaced by an unending gray. The images of the lost world, of their destruction, haunted my every waking moment, the memories a constant, painful reminder of their plight. I would find myself staring at ordinary objects, seeing in them the echoes of their shattered civilization. A cracked sidewalk would become a fractured city, a spilled coffee a landscape of desolation. The lingering effects of the ritual were insidious, slowly consuming my life, my mind. The boundary between my reality and the memories of the lost world blurred, merging into a single, terrifying landscape. I was a witness, a vessel for their memories, their pain, and their loss. The price of saving one soul had been the loss of my own sanity. I had freed the creature from its prison of reflection, but at the cost of becoming trapped within the reflection of its lost world, forever haunted by the echoes of a civilization's agonizing demise. The quiet horror of it was a far more chilling end than I could ever have imagined. The release had become a curse, a chilling testament to the terrible cost of interfering with the unseen, the price of tampering with reflections of a reality that was best left undisturbed. Story 2, The Polished Surface. The antique mirror, a recent acquisition from a dusty estate sale, hung in my hallway, its frame of tarnished silver a stark contrast to the pristine polish of its surface. It wasn't just clean, it was impossibly, unnervingly perfect. No smudges, no imperfections, not even a hint of dust. It was a flawless reflection of whatever stood before it, or so I thought. At first, the mirror reflected my own image with unsettling clarity. Each strand of hair, each freckle, each minute imperfection of my skin was rendered with terrifying precision. It was unnervingly lifelike, too lifelike, as if the mirror wasn't simply reflecting, but somehow creating a duplicate of me, a hyper-realistic simulacrum existing only within its polished surface. The strangeness started subtly. A flicker in my eye, almost imperceptible, that I didn't see in the mirror's reflection. Then, a slight asymmetry, a barely noticeable slant in my smile that wasn't present in my self-perception. It was as if the reflection wasn't just a copy but an interpretation, a subtle distortion of my reality, a whispering suggestion that something was fundamentally wrong. Days bled into weeks. The discrepancies grew more pronounced. The reflection's skin seemed subtly paler, almost translucent. Its eyes, though seemingly identical to mine, held a deeper, more unsettling darkness. A cold, almost vacant stare that chilled me to the bone. There were times when the reflection moved fractionally before me, a silent, ghostly echo of my actions, a premonition of what I was about to do, an anticipation of my every move, a knowledge of my intentions, like it was seeing further into the future than I could ever comprehend. I tried to rationalize it. Poor lighting, perhaps. An optical illusion, a trick of the light. But the feeling of unease persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. The mirror wasn't just reflecting, it was watching, observing, learning. It seemed to feed off my anxieties, my fears, the very essence of my being, amplifying them into something monstrous. Sleep became a battlefield. The reflection haunted my dreams, its vacant stare piercing through the veil of slumber, its translucent skin shimmering in the darkness. The subtle differences became more glaring, more disturbing in the realm of dreams, a manifestation of my own inner demons, my fears made flesh, a chilling projection of what I was afraid of becoming. Its smile, once a mirror of my own, had become a rictus, a grotesque parody of joy, a sign of a sinister, mocking intent. I began to avoid the mirror. The longer I ignored it, the more powerful its presence became. I'd feel its gaze on me even when I was miles away, a constant reminder of its subtle, creeping menace. I could feel a cold draft in the hallway, a chill that radiated from the mirror's surface, and it felt far colder than any ordinary draft could produce. It felt like it was drawing the warmth from me, draining me of my energy, slowly chipping away at my very soul. Then came the whispers. Faint at first, almost imperceptible, like the rustling of leaves on a windless night. They seemed to emanate from the mirror itself, sibilant and chilling, whispering things I couldn't quite understand, pronouncements that were almost comprehensible, as if the words were being deliberately obfuscated, as if it was toying with me, playing with my mind. They promised power, a dark, terrible power, the kind that is promised only to those who have lost their sense of self and morality. The whispers grew stronger, more insistent. They spoke of a realm beyond the mirror, a reflection of our own world, but twisted, distorted, a reflection of a reality that was dark and cruel. They spoke of escape, of transformation, of becoming something more. Something that felt both terrifying and strangely alluring. I started to see changes in myself. My reflection was less a subtle distortion and more of a terrifying, overt transformation. The reflection's eyes burned with an uncanny light. The skin was sickly pale now, almost translucent, and yet its face held an unnatural, almost inhuman beauty. The once mirrored smile was gone, replaced by an expression of chilling emptiness, an emptiness I began to recognize in myself. The physical changes were subtle at first. A weariness that settled deep in my bones, an unnatural paleness to my skin, a hollowness in my eyes. The mirror seemed to be absorbing my vitality, replacing my very essence with something cold, something alien. It was as if the mirror was slowly turning me into its reflection, replacing my soul with its own twisted essence. The world around me began to distort. The familiar faces of my loved ones seemed to flicker, their features shifting, their expressions becoming distant and cold. The very fabric of reality felt fragile, breaking down around me, replaced by the unsettling clarity of the mirror's reflection, its flawless and yet ominous surface. The polished surface no longer simply reflected, it consumed. It didn't merely distort, it remade. It wasn't a mirror anymore, but a gateway, a portal to a terrifying reality. And I, its reflection, was trapped, slowly, inexorably drawn into the abyss, becoming something less than human, something monstrous, something forever lost in the flawless and infinitely terrifying reflection of the polished surface. The perfect reflection was not a copy, not a distortion, but a transformation, and it was utterly, terrifyingly complete. The finality of it all was its most unsettling characteristic. There was no escape. Only the cold, unyielding embrace of the polished surface, and the agonizing certainty of what was to come. The transformation was irreversible, and the finality of that was even more horrific than the change itself. The mirror had won. The change wasn't sudden, a dramatic metamorphosis in a single horrifying instant. It was a slow creep, a subtle shift, almost imperceptible at first. Like watching a glacier calve, the changes were minute, almost invisible against the vastness of my being, but undeniably present. The reflection's skin, once a perfect match for my own, began to take on a disturbing pallor, a sickly, almost translucent quality. It wasn't the healthy, rosy paleness of someone who'd spent too much time indoors. It was the clammy, unnatural whiteness of a corpse, a chilling imitation of life. This pallor was matched by an unnatural stillness about the reflection's features, as if the very act of breathing was a considerable effort. My own body began to mirror this transformation. I felt a persistent weariness, a bone-deep fatigue that no amount of sleep could alleviate. My skin, once vibrant with health, started to take on that same chilling pallor. It wasn't just my appearance. There was a slow dulling of my senses, a decrease in my overall vitality. It felt as though something was leaching out of me, draining my energy, leaving behind a hollow shell. The feeling was accompanied by a strange detachment from my own body, as if I were watching it transform from a distance, a horrified observer of my own decay. The eyes were the most unsettling. My reflection's eyes, once a comforting mirror of my own, now burned with an unnatural light. It wasn't simply a brighter reflection, it was a feverish, alien luminescence, a cold fire that seemed to emanate from within, burning with an unholy light, devoid of warmth or kindness. They held no recognition, no hint of the person I once was. They were cold, vacant pits, devoid of emotion, only possessing a terrifying, unnerving intelligence that sent chills down my spine. And they seemed to follow me, even when I wasn't looking directly at the mirror. The mirror wasn't just reflecting, it was absorbing, devouring my essence, leaving behind a distorted imitation. The process wasn't violent, but insidious, a creeping horror that unfolded over weeks, each day a slow but unmistakable descent into something monstrous. The whispers, previously faint and indistinct, now became more clear, more insistent, a chorus of insidious voices, both seductive and terrifying. They promised power, the power to transcend the mundane, the ordinary, the human. They promised a new existence, a transcendence beyond the limitations of my current form, beyond mortality itself. The whispers were cunning, twisting my deepest desires, my innermost fears into a tempting siren song. The lure of the whispers was potent. The mirror held a perverse kind of beauty, its polished surface reflecting not merely an image, but a promise of power, a promise of transformation. The horrifying change was, paradoxically, becoming alluring. It offered an escape from the mundane, from the pain and fear that had plagued me for so long. It whispered promises of escape, freedom from the shackles of my humanity. But it was a freedom earned at a terrible price. The price of my humanity. The reflection's smile, once a familiar echo of my own, had twisted into something grotesque, a macabre parody of joy, a rictus that spoke of unimaginable pain and cruelty. It was a smile that could only have been born out of a soul devoid of warmth and empathy. It was a smile that froze my blood. It felt like a mocking invitation, a grim celebration of my impending doom. The joy it depicted was alien, inhuman, utterly terrifying. The changes weren't limited to my reflection. The world around me started to warp, to distort. Familiar places, my home, my workplace, seemed to shift and alter, their once comforting familiarity replaced by an unsettling strangeness, a subtle sense of wrongness that permeated every aspect of my reality. The faces of my loved ones appeared, off, their expressions distant, their eyes holding a cold, unreadable depth. It was as if they, too, were becoming reflections, warped versions of themselves, slowly succumbing to the mirror's influence, victims of its chilling power. The very air felt different. Heavy, thick, charged with a palpable sense of dread. The light itself seemed muted, devoid of warmth, reflecting the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume me. My own memories became unreliable, shifting and changing, like sand slipping through my fingers. I started to question my sanity. Was this really happening, or was it all a figment of my imagination, a twisted nightmare from which I could never wake? The line between reality and illusion blurred, making it impossible to discern which was which. My perception of reality had completely broken down. It was as though I was trapped in a hall of mirrors, with each reflection being more terrifying and distorted than the last, an infinite regress of horror. The physical effects became more pronounced. My body became weaker, my movements sluggish, my senses dulled. The once vibrant colors of the world were replaced by a monotonous gray, as if the mirror was sucking the life, the color, the vibrancy out of everything around me. The mirror was consuming everything, leaving behind only a dull, lifeless reflection of what once was. The whispers intensified, becoming almost unbearable. They urged me closer to the mirror, promising unimaginable power, a transformation that would transcend human limitations, a power that would surpass my understanding. They seduced me with visions of an altered reality, a reality where I would be beyond pain, beyond fear, beyond mortality. It was a seductive yet terrifying vision, a cruel promise of power at the cost of my humanity. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams were plagued by the reflection, its vacant stare following me through endless corridors of distortion and decay. The reflection's image was increasingly grotesque, its features twisted into a nightmarish mockery of my former self, a horrifying caricature of my own humanity. The dreams became a terrifying preview of my own transformation, a chilling vision of what I was becoming. The mirror wasn't just a mirror anymore, it was a nexus, a conduit to something beyond human comprehension. I was no longer merely looking at a reflection, I was being absorbed by it, assimilated, remade. The polished surface was no longer reflecting light, it was reflecting darkness, pulling me into its depths, an abyss of terrifying transformation. The reflection had ceased to be a reflection, it was becoming me. I was becoming it. The line between my reflection and myself had vanished entirely, replaced by a horrifying unity, an unholy fusion of what once was and what now was. And there was no escape. There was only the chilling finality of the transformation, the inevitable absorption, the horrifying metamorphosis into something that was no longer me, something other. The polished surface was no longer a mirror, it was a grave. And I was already buried. The unsettling transformation continued, no longer a subtle shift but a blatant, horrifying metamorphosis. My reflection, once a comforting reassurance of my own existence, was now a grotesque parody, a mockery of my former self. The eyes, those vacant, burning pits, seemed to bore into my soul, judging me, condemning me. They held no trace of familiarity, no flicker of recognition, only a chilling intelligence, an alien awareness that chilled me to the bone. There were windows into an abyss, and I was staring into the depths of my own damnation. The whispers intensified, no longer subtle suggestions but forceful commands, a cacophony of voices vying for dominance, twisting my thoughts, manipulating my desires. They spoke of power, of transcendence, of an existence beyond human limitations, beyond mortality itself. They painted a seductive picture of a new reality, a reality free from pain, free from fear, free from the limitations of my frail human form. It was a tempting offer, a seductive promise, but one I knew, deep down, was a lie. A cruel, terrifying lie. Yet, the allure was powerful, a siren song that echoed within the chambers of my own heart. The reflection, this grotesque imitation of myself, seemed to exude an unnatural charisma, a perverse magnetism that drew me closer, despite the horror that pulsed within my being. The transformation wasn't merely physical, it was a corruption of the very essence of who I was, a slow, insidious erosion of my identity, my selfhood. I was losing myself, dissolving into something other. The questions gnawed at my mind, a relentless assault on my sanity. Was this real? Or was it all a hallucination, a fevered dream brought on by stress, by exhaustion, by the overwhelming terror that gripped my soul? Was I losing my mind? The line between reality and illusion blurred, making it impossible to discern which was which. The world around me seemed to warp and distort, mirroring the grotesque transformation taking place within my own body and mind. Familiar faces, loved ones, friends, family, they seemed different, their eyes holding a chilling distance, an unreadable depth that mirrored the cold intelligence burning in my reflection's eyes. Their smiles were strained, forced, devoid of genuine warmth or affection. It was as if they, too, were becoming reflections, warped and distorted versions of themselves, victims of the mirror's insidious influence. My memories, once clear and vivid, began to fragment, to shift and change, like grains of sand escaping my grasp. Events from the past became muddled, confused, blending into one another, creating a chaotic tapestry of half-remembered moments, distorted perspectives, and fragmented recollections. My past, my identity, my very sense of self, it was all crumbling, dissolving into a nebulous fog of uncertainty and fear. The sense of detachment grew, a widening chasm between my mind and body. I felt like an observer, a horrified spectator watching my own slow, agonizing disintegration. My body, once strong and vital, became weak, sluggish, its movements clumsy and uncoordinated. The vibrant colors of the world were replaced by a dull, monotonous gray, reflecting the encroaching darkness that enveloped me. The physical world mirrored my internal turmoil. My home, once a sanctuary, felt alien, menacing. Every object, every piece of furniture seemed charged with a malevolent energy, its familiar shape warped and distorted, creating a sense of disorientation and unease. Sleep offered no respite, only more vivid, horrifying visions of the reflection, its grotesque smile a constant reminder of my impending doom. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of voices, seductive and terrifying in equal measure. They promised power, the ability to transcend the limitations of mortality, a transformation that would shatter the constraints of humanity. They tempted me with visions of a new reality, a reality beyond pain, beyond fear, beyond death. But at what cost? The price, I knew, was my soul, my identity, my humanity itself. I started to question everything, my relationships, my past, my future. The people around me seemed distant, their actions almost alien. Even simple everyday interactions felt strange, their words devoid of meaning, their intentions unclear. It felt like I was living in a silent film, surrounded by automatons who went through the motions of life without purpose or feeling. The very fabric of reality seemed to fray, the threads of existence unraveling, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty and despair. The transformation wasn't simply a matter of aesthetics, it reached far deeper. My thoughts, my feelings, my very being, were morphing, twisting into something unfamiliar, something alien. The once familiar comfort of self-awareness started to slip away, replaced by a confusing blend of self and other. Was this truly me, or was I being replaced by something else entirely? The reflection was no longer a mere mirror image. It had become a malevolent entity, a living embodiment of my deepest fears and insecurities, a grotesque parody of who I was. It watched me, judged me, taunted me with promises of power that I both craved and feared. It beckoned, and a part of me, a horrifyingly small part of me, felt drawn to its ghastly allure. I tried to fight it, to resist the insidious influence of the mirror, but the process had become almost unstoppable. The transformation was relentless, insidious, and unstoppable. The fear was overwhelming, yet there was a perverse curiosity, a twisted fascination with the transformation itself. The whispers promised an escape from this terrifying reality. An escape from myself. But was escape even possible? Or was I destined to become a complete reflection of that twisted image staring back at me from the mirror's polished surface? The questions haunted me, tormenting me, driving me deeper into the abyss of my own identity crisis. The polished surface was no longer just a mirror, it was a prison, a tomb, reflecting my inevitable, horrifying fate. And I was already buried alive, trapped within the mirrored depths of my own descent into madness. The reflection's laughter, silent yet somehow audible, echoed the chilling certainty of my impending annihilation. The polished surface leaned, a cold, malevolent eye staring back into the abyss of my soul. And in that abyss, I could only see the horrifying truth. I was becoming something I no longer recognized, something utterly and terrifyingly other. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a silent scream trapped between the reflection and me. It wasn't just a visual distortion anymore, it was a presence, a malevolent entity inhabiting the glass. Its eyes, those burning pits of nothingness, seemed to understand my thoughts, to anticipate my every move. I felt a sickening certainty that it knew me better than I knew myself, that it had somehow infiltrated the very core of my being. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers stretching towards the shimmering surface, drawn by an irresistible force, a morbid curiosity that overwhelmed my fear. The reflection mirrored the movement, its hand reaching out to meet mine, its touch promising both oblivion and an impossible power. The feeling of cold dread intensified as I felt the proximity, my heartbeat echoing the frantic rhythm in the distorted reflection. It was a macabre dance, a waltz with the devil himself, and I was the unwilling participant. My mind screamed in protest, a desperate plea against the overwhelming pull, the insidious allure of the otherworldly entity. But my body, traitorously, obeyed the commands of my reflection. It moved with a terrifying autonomy, as if controlled by an unseen puppet master. The whispers intensified, a chorus of voices that spoke of transcendence, of power beyond human comprehension, a siren's call laced with the venom of despair. They spoke of an escape from the constraints of mortality, of a liberation from pain and fear. They painted vivid visions of a reality unburdened by the shackles of humanity, of a boundless existence beyond the limitations of the physical realm. It was a tempting promise, a seductive lie whispered into the chambers of my heart, a siren song that echoed the deepest desires of my soul, a desire for something more, something other. Rationality fought a losing battle against the overwhelming tide of hypnotic suggestion. The line between my thoughts and the whispers blurred, merging into a chaotic blend of my own desires and the seductive manipulation of the reflection. I was losing control, slipping into a state of hypnotic compliance, my free will slowly dissolving into the monstrous entity's grasp. Suddenly, a shard of clarity pierced the fog of hypnotic suggestion. A fleeting memory, a single image, the antique shop, the dusty shelves, the unsettling aura that had surrounded the mirror from the moment I laid eyes on it. It was a fleeting glimpse of reality, a beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness, but it was quickly overwhelmed by the onslaught of the reflection's influence. The whispers intensified, drowning out the fragile spark of reason. They taunted me with glimpses of the power I could attain, the immortality I could achieve, the liberation from the limitations of the human condition. They showed me images of a glorious existence, a realm beyond comprehension, a paradise crafted from the twisted desires of my heart. It was a cruel mockery, a trap disguised as salvation. I saw myself reflected not as a grotesque parody, but as a powerful, godlike entity. In this distorted vision, my reflection was a symbol of absolute power, a being free from the constraints of mortality. It was a mesmerizing vision, a tempting promise. Yet, even in the midst of the seduction, a tiny sliver of doubt remained. Was this true power, or a cruel illusion designed to ensnare me? Was this a liberation, or a damnation? The doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind, a fragile whisper in the cacophony of the reflection's seductive whispers. The confrontation intensified, a silent battle of wills played out between my true self and the monstrous reflection. It was a struggle for the very essence of my soul, a fight for my identity. The longer it went on, the more I felt myself being eroded, my very essence dissolving into the mirrored entity's malevolent influence. I saw glimpses of the people I loved, distorted, corrupted, their eyes reflecting the cold emptiness of the reflection's gaze. They were not themselves, but twisted mockeries, victims of the mirror's insidious influence, their souls consumed by the same dark power that was consuming me. The fear was paralyzing, a cold dread that seeped into my bones. The mirror became a vortex, a gateway to another reality. And as I stared into its depths, I could see the precipice of my destruction. The boundary between myself and my reflection blurred, merging, becoming one. The very air around me began to vibrate, warped by the immense power contained within the mirror's polished surface. A terrifying realization washed over me. I was not just fighting a reflection, I was battling an entity that had somehow intertwined itself with my own being. This wasn't just about my body or my mind, it was a fight for my very soul. And I was losing. The transformation was inexorable, relentless, a slow, agonizing disintegration of my identity. I tried to scream, to fight back, to break free from the hypnotic pull, but my voice was lost, swallowed by the cacophony of the whispers. My body was heavy, sluggish, defying my will. The physical pain was insignificant compared to the psychological torture, the disorientation, the crushing weight of impending oblivion. The reflection smiled, a chilling, triumphant smile that echoed in the silent chamber of my mind. It had won. The battle was over. My humanity was crumbling, dissolving, replaced by the cold, alien intelligence of the mirror's inhabitant. The polished surface reflected not just my body, but my soul, a soul slowly being consumed by the monstrous entity. In the final moments, as I succumbed to the entity's influence, a single thought pierced the suffocating darkness, the antique shop, the dusty shelves, and the chilling warning I had ignored. The reflection was not just a reflection, it was a trap, a prison, a gateway to an inescapable hell. And I was already damned. The polished surface gleamed, reflecting my ultimate defeat, a horrifying testament to the power of the unseen, the unthinkable horrors lurking just beyond the looking glass. The reflection's laughter echoed in the emptiness, a silent triumph in the face of my complete and utter annihilation. The chilling laughter of the reflection reverberated within the confines of my skull, a cruel symphony celebrating my impending demise. Yet, a strange calm settled over me, a chilling acceptance that washed away the frantic terror. It wasn't a surrender, not exactly. It was more akin to a homecoming, a recognition of a truth long suppressed, a monstrous nature I had unknowingly harbored within. The transformation wasn't merely a physical alteration, it was a profound shift in consciousness, a merging of identities. The reflection wasn't separate from me, it was me, a darker, more potent version I had kept hidden beneath layers of fabricated normalcy. The whispers, once insidious and manipulative, now resonated as a familiar voice, a comforting echo of my own suppressed desires, the monstrous urges I had always tried to deny. Memories flooded back, distorted and refracted through this new, terrifying lens. Childhood incidents, once dismissed as childish fantasies, now revealed themselves as nascent manifestations of this inherent darkness. The fascination with shadows, the morbid curiosity about death, the unsettling joy I had found in inflicting pain on insects, these weren't aberrations, they were the early stirrings of something far more sinister, something that had always been a part of me. The people I'd loved, their faces twisted in the mirror's reflection, weren't victims of some external force. They were reflections, too, not of their true selves, but of the darkness they had inadvertently nurtured within me. I had drawn them in, inadvertently feeding this monster with their love, their trust, their very essence. My mother's gentle smile, now contorted into a grotesque mockery of affection, served as a chilling reminder of this terrible truth. The mirror wasn't a gateway to some hellish realm. It was a mirror reflecting the true nature of my soul, a soul consumed by darkness. The polished surface revealed not an invasion, but an unveiling, a stripping away of the false facade I had constructed over a lifetime. I had spent my life trying to suppress this part of myself, to fit into the societal mold of normalcy, to bury the monstrous hunger deep within. But the hunger was insatiable, and suppression only fueled its growth. The acceptance brought a terrifying sense of liberation. The constant internal struggle, the years of repressed urges, the suffocating weight of guilt, it all vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of peace. The monster within was no longer an enemy to be fought. It was my true self, my rightful ruler. The polished surface of the mirror no longer reflected a horrifying transformation. It reflected the culmination of a lifelong journey, a journey towards the inevitable. This revelation didn't extinguish the fear, but it transformed it. It was no longer the terror of the unknown, but the cold acceptance of my monstrous fate. My humanity, once my greatest strength, was now a hindrance, a pathetic weakness to be shed like a skin. This wasn't simply about becoming powerful or immortal, it was about embracing the horrifying truth of my very being. The whispers continued, but they were no longer manipulative, they were instructions, guidance from my true self. They weren't seductive lies, but a roadmap to a terrifying, yet ultimately liberating, destiny. I understood now the meaning of the visions the mirror had shown me, not a promise of paradise, but a vision of a terrifying power, a power that had always resided within, suppressed but not extinguished. The antique shop, the dusty shelves, the unsettling aura, these weren't mere warnings, they were invitations. The mirror wasn't a trap, it was a key, unlocking not a hellish prison, but the potential of a terrifying power I had always possessed. My true self had always been lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment I would finally accept the darkness within. The feeling of cold dread remained, but it was no longer debilitating. It was a powerful fuel, an invigorating current coursing through my veins. My body, once a vessel of human weakness, felt newly invigorated, strengthened, empowered by the dark energy coursing through me. The physical changes were dramatic. My reflection showed a terrifying transformation, skin stretched taut over sharpened bone, eyes blazing with an unearthly light, features twisted into a mask of predatory grace. Yet, within the monstrous exterior, a clarity emerged, a terrifying, brutal lucidity. The world, previously seen through the rosy lenses of human empathy and morality, was now stripped bare, revealing its underlying savagery. The emotions of others, once a source of connection and understanding, were now merely tools, instruments to be manipulated for my own twisted purposes. I understood the limitations of humanity, the fragility of the body, the vulnerability of the mind, the ultimately fleeting nature of life itself. These weaknesses, once sources of fear and despair, now filled me with a chilling contempt. The human condition, with its petty squabbles and insignificant joys, seemed utterly pathetic. My monstrous self held a cold, superior disdain for the weaknesses of humanity. The transformation was complete. The human I once was had been consumed, eradicated. In its place stood a creature of unimaginable power and terrifying potential, a creature freed from the limitations of mortality and compassion. I was not just a reflection of something monstrous, I was the monster. And this realization, far from filling me with horror, filled me with a horrifying sense of satisfaction, a cold, chilling triumph. The laughter continued, now echoing not from the reflection, but from deep within my own being, a dark, triumphant symphony celebrating the birth of something truly terrifying. The polished surface of the mirror reflected not just my form, but my soul, a soul consumed by darkness, yet strangely at peace. I was no longer fighting the reflection, I was the reflection. And the world would tremble at my approach. The journey had been long, arduous, and terrifying. But finally, I had arrived. And the acceptance was absolute. Story 3, The Surveillance Mirror. The chilling laughter, now emanating from within me, faded into a low hum, a constant undercurrent to the newfound clarity. My reflection, a grotesque parody of my former self, stared back, its eyes burning with an unholy light. But it was the subtle shift in the room, the almost imperceptible change in the atmosphere, that truly unsettled me. A faint, almost inaudible click, like a camera shutter, resonated in the silence. My gaze darted around the room, searching for the source. The antique shop, once a place of unsettling beauty, now felt like a cage, the dusty shelves and tarnished trinkets transformed into sinister props in some macabre play. My hand, now clawed and elongated, instinctively reached for the mirror, its surface cool and smooth beneath my touch. The reflection didn't flinch, didn't react. It simply was a constant, unwavering presence. It was then I noticed it, a hairline crack, almost invisible, spiderwebbing across the lower right corner of the mirror. It was barely perceptible, a flaw so minute it had escaped my notice until this moment, but within that crack, a faint flicker of light, almost imperceptible, betrayed its true nature. It wasn't merely a crack, it was a lens. A tiny, almost microscopic camera lens, perfectly concealed within the antique glass. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The mirror wasn't just a gateway to my monstrous self, it was a surveillance device, meticulously crafted to record every terrifying detail of my transformation. Someone, or something, had been watching me, observing my descent into darkness, my embrace of the monstrous. The chilling laughter had been a soundtrack to their voyeuristic delight. Panic, sharp and cold, pierced the chilling calm. This wasn't merely about self-discovery, it was about control, manipulation. The acceptance of my monstrous nature had been facilitated, guided. The mirror hadn't merely shown me my true self, it had manipulated me into becoming it, all while being recorded, catalogued, studied. A surge of primal rage, a raw, unadulterated fury, flooded through me. The clarity of my monstrous self was clouded by this new, all-consuming anger. The whispers, the visions, the manipulation, it had all been a meticulously orchestrated plan. I had been a pawn, a subject in some twisted experiment, my metamorphosis a perverse spectacle for unseen eyes. My thoughts raced, desperate to grasp the implications. Who was watching? Why me? What was the purpose of this surveillance? Were there others? Were there more mirrors, more victims? The questions spiraled, each one more terrifying than the last. The subtle click repeated, more insistent this time, followed by a faint whirring sound, almost inaudible above the pounding of my own monstrous heart. The crack in the mirror pulsed with a faint, internal light, confirming my suspicions. The recording was still in progress. My every move, every horrific gesture, every terrifying thought was being documented. I smashed my fist into the mirror, shattering the antique glass into 1,000 glittering shards. The lens, however, remained intact, a tiny, almost indestructible eye still recording the chaos. My rage intensified, fueled by the knowledge that even in destruction, I was still being observed. The fragments of the mirror reflected the fractured image of my monstrous self, a kaleidoscope of horror and furious defiance. The hum intensified, the whirring sound becoming more distinct. Something was happening. The room seemed to shift, the air growing thick with a palpable energy. I could feel it, a presence, unseen, yet intensely powerful, circling me, watching me, assessing me. It was the unseen observer, the puppet master behind the mirror, finally revealing itself. The air crackled, and a cold, ethereal hand reached out from the shattered fragments of the mirror, its fingers long and skeletal, tipped with razor-sharp claws. It wasn't a hand made of flesh and blood, it was something else. Something ancient, something inhuman, something utterly terrifying. Fear, that familiar, debilitating emotion, flickered within me, a tiny spark in the vast inferno of rage. But even fear couldn't entirely extinguish the burning fury. This wasn't simply the fear of the unknown, it was the rage of the betrayed, the fury of the manipulated. They had used me, exploited my vulnerability, and now they would pay. The ethereal hand reached for me, and I met its touch with my own, my clawed fingers wrapping around its icy form. The power surged between us, a battle of wills, a clash of ancient energies. The room shook, the air crackled with electricity, and the shadows danced in a macabre ballet. My monstrous strength, fueled by rage and defiance, met the entity's supernatural power in a terrifying confrontation. I pulled it towards me, the unseen entity struggling against my monstrous strength. Its icy grip tightened, attempting to pull me into the shattered reflection. The fight was not just physical, it was a war waged in the realms of the mind, a battle for dominance, a struggle for control. My own monstrous nature, once a tool of manipulation, now became my greatest weapon. The hum, the whirring sound, escalated into a deafening roar, as if the unseen observers were intensifying their observation, their interest heightened by this unforeseen clash. The fight raged on, a terrifying display of monstrous strength and unseen power, the outcome uncertain, the fate of both combatants hanging in the balance. The room continued to shake, the very air vibrating with the force of the conflict. The battle continued for what felt like an eternity, a desperate struggle against an unseen force, a fight for my very being, for my own monstrous self. Each blow, each parry, each surge of power intensified the confrontation, turning the antique shop into a battlefield of supernatural proportions. The outcome remained uncertain, a horrifying climax to a terrifying tale of manipulation and monstrous transformation. The unseen observers continued their morbid fascination, witnessing the culmination of their own creation, a spectacle of monstrous defiance and unforeseen power. The struggle intensified, the room shaking violently, the air crackling with raw power. My monstrous form strained against the unseen entity, a terrifying dance of destruction and defiance unfolding within the confines of the shattered mirror. The fight was not merely a physical struggle, but a battle of wills, a clash of monstrous intent and unseen power. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the mirror shattered completely, plunging the room into darkness. The ethereal hand released its grip, vanishing back into the ethereal realm from which it had emerged. The hum and the whirring ceased, leaving an unnerving silence in their wake. The darkness was absolute, save for the faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from my own eyes, eyes blazing with a monstrous, victorious light. The battle had ended. But the war, the insidious war against the unseen observers, had just begun. The mirror may have shattered, but the surveillance, the manipulation, the observation, that would continue, in some other form, in some other way. For the unseen entity, like the darkness within me, would never truly be vanquished. The acceptance of my monstrous self had been a necessary step, but it was only the beginning of a much longer, and far more terrifying, journey. The truth was, the mirrors were everywhere. And they were always watching. The darkness pressed in, heavy and suffocating, a tangible entity in the aftermath of the shattered mirror. My monstrous form, still crackling with residual power, felt strangely exposed, vulnerable in the sudden silence. The deafening roar, the whirring, the palpable energy, all gone, replaced by a chilling stillness that was far more terrifying. The air hung thick with the scent of dust and shattered glass, a grim testament to the battle just fought. I reached out a clawed hand, my fingers brushing against the sharp edges of the broken mirror, the cold glass a stark contrast to the heat still coursing through my veins. The fragments, glittering under the unseen light, reflected my monstrous visage, a distorted, fragmented reflection of the being I had become. Each shard seemed to hold a memory, a piece of the transformation, a glimpse of the manipulation. The silence stretched, an agonizing eternity, punctuated only by the ragged rasp of my own breath. The rage, the fury that had fueled my confrontation, was slowly receding, leaving behind a hollow ache, a chilling emptiness. It wasn't just physical exhaustion, it was the draining of an immense, potent energy, the depletion of a force that had been both my weapon and my curse. Then, a sound. Faint at first, almost imperceptible, but growing steadily stronger. A rhythmic tapping, like fingernails against glass, a subtle, insistent percussion that resonated in the silence. It wasn't coming from within the room, it was coming from outside, from beyond the walls of the antique shop. My senses, heightened by the monstrous transformation, strained to pinpoint the source. The sound seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, a phantom rhythm that danced on the edge of perception. A cold dread, colder than the shattered glass, settled over me, a precursor to something far more sinister than the unseen entity I had just confronted. Slowly, cautiously, I moved towards the shop's back door, my clawed fingers trailing along the dusty shelves, the tarnished trinkets feeling alien, hostile under my touch. The tapping continued, growing louder, more insistent, a rhythmic heartbeat echoing the growing fear in my own monstrous heart. The door, old and warped, creaked open with a groan of protest, revealing a narrow alleyway, shrouded in shadow and darkness. The tapping was stronger here, almost deafening, accompanied by a low, guttural growl, a primal sound that spoke of hunger and violence. My reflection, distorted and fragmented in the remaining shards of the mirror, seemed to sneer at my hesitation. The monstrous self, victorious in its confrontation, was suddenly confronted with a new, equally terrifying threat. The rage was gone, replaced by a cautious trepidation, a chilling awareness of my own vulnerability. I stepped into the alleyway, my monstrous form swallowed by the enveloping darkness. The tapping ceased, replaced by a rustling sound, like the movement of something large and unseen. The growl intensified, drawing closer, its resonance vibrating in my very bones. The air grew colder, a palpable chill that seeped into my very being, a coldness that went beyond mere temperature, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces at play. My senses strained, struggling to penetrate the darkness, to identify the source of this new threat. Then, I saw it. A shape, immense and grotesque, materializing from the shadows, its form shifting, unstable, yet undeniably menacing. It was not merely animal, it was something else. Something ancient, something beyond comprehension, a horrifying amalgamation of flesh and shadow, bone and nightmare. It moved with an unnatural grace, its movements fluid and silent, its presence radiating a potent aura of malice. Its eyes, glowing embers in the darkness, fixed on me, piercing through my monstrous form, seeing past the transformation, recognizing the vulnerability beneath the surface. I raised my clawed hands in a defensive stance, the rage returning, but it was a different kind of rage, a primal, survival instinct kicking in. This was not a battle of wills, this was a fight for survival, a desperate struggle against an ancient, unknowable horror. The creature lunged, its shadow stretching long and thin, its claws extended, aimed at my throat. I ducked, narrowly avoiding its attack, the wind of its passing sending a shiver down my spine. The fight was on. The battle against the unseen entity had ended, but a new, far more terrifying confrontation had begun. This was a struggle for my very existence, a desperate fight for survival against an ancient evil, a horror far beyond my comprehension. The mirrors had revealed my monstrous self, but the darkness beyond them was far more profound, far more terrifying. The war had only just begun. The surveillance, the manipulation, were merely precursors to this ultimate confrontation. And I was alone, facing an ancient evil, my monstrous strength the only weapon against an overwhelming horror. The alley, once a simple passageway, was now a battlefield, a stage for a terrifying struggle against an ancient, unknowable evil. The shadows danced, the air crackled with a dark energy, and the creature loomed, a monstrous nightmare made real. The mirrors may have been shattered, but the reflection, the surveillance, the relentless pursuit of the unseen, continued. The fight for survival was on. And the darkness, it seemed, had only just begun. The creature's attack was a blur of shadow and claw, a whirlwind of malice that left me reeling. Its strength was inhuman, its speed unnatural. Each swipe, each lunge, carried the weight of centuries, the accumulated fury of an ancient evil unleashed. My monstrous form, though powerful, felt inadequate, fragile against the sheer force of this ancient horror. I fought back, driven by instinct, by the primal urge to survive, my claws tearing at its shadowed form, my teeth snapping in a desperate attempt to inflict damage. But my attacks were ineffective. The creature seemed impervious to pain, its shadowy form reforming instantly after each blow. It was as if I were fighting a nightmare, a phantom that could not be truly harmed. The fight was exhausting, each moment a grueling struggle against overwhelming odds. My breath came in ragged gasps, my muscles screaming in protest. The monstrous strength that had once felt limitless was dwindling, fading under the relentless assault. Then, amidst the chaos of the fight, I noticed it. A subtle distortion in the creature's shadow, a flicker, a momentary lapse in its otherwise seamless form. It was small, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A glitch, like a static blip in a corrupted image. And within that glitch, I saw it, a reflection. Not my own reflection, but something else, something, watching. The reflection was distorted, fragmented, but unmistakable. It was the same unsettling image I had seen in the antique shop mirror, the surveillance mirror that had initiated this entire descent into madness. The same distorted, almost human face, framed by a jagged halo of darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. But this reflection wasn't just observing, it was communicating. The glitch widened, expanding into a distorted window displaying images that were not of our reality. Flickering images of cosmic horror, twisting landscapes of impossible geometries, entities that defied description, their presence radiating malevolence and power. These were not simple visual distortions, they were glimpses into an alien reality, a realm far beyond human comprehension. And the unsettling face in the reflection was not just watching, it was directing, controlling the monstrous creature assaulting me. The creature, momentarily distracted by the display of otherworldly images, paused its attack. The pressure eased, granting me a precious moment to catch my breath, to regroup, to assess the situation. The watching entity, through the warped reflection, seemed to be communicating something, a wordless yet profoundly disturbing message, a silent command relayed through distorted visuals. It felt as if the very fabric of reality itself was being warped and manipulated, bent to the whim of this unseen entity. The images intensified, becoming even more surreal and disturbing. I saw fragmented scenes of otherworldly landscapes, echoing the chaotic realms I'd briefly glimpsed during my transformation. A sense of dread, cold and consuming, tightened its grip on my monstrous form, making my heart pound with a primal fear unlike anything I had previously experienced. Suddenly, the display shifted. The grotesque landscapes faded, replaced by a single, piercing image, my own reflection, but distorted, aged, and decaying. My monstrous form was wilting, collapsing in on itself, consumed by an accelerated process of decay. The image flashed rapidly, a terrifying premonition of my inevitable fate if I failed to conquer this ancient evil. This was a direct threat, raw and unfiltered. The surveillance was no longer subtle, it was a blatant display of control, a macabre game orchestrated by a power far beyond my comprehension. I understood then. The creature wasn't just a mindless beast, it was a puppet, an instrument of this unseen entity, a tool used to break me, to destroy me. The mirrors had been a means to an end, a way to manipulate, to control. This wasn't just a physical fight, it was a battle for my sanity, a struggle against a manipulation so insidious that it reached into the very fabric of reality itself. The reflection vanished, replaced by a wave of pure, unadulterated malice that emanated from the creature. It lunged again, its attack even more ferocious, more relentless than before. But now, fear was replaced by a cold, burning rage. I wouldn't be a pawn in this horrifying game. My monstrous strength, though waning, was still potent. I fought with a desperate ferocity, driven not just by survival but by a burning need for revenge, for freedom from the unseen hand manipulating my fate. I struck with raw, untamed power, each blow fueled by the understanding of the true nature of the threat, a threat that reached beyond physical combat and into the very fabric of reality itself. The fight continued, a brutal dance of shadow and claw, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. But now, I fought not just for survival, but for freedom. Freedom from the surveillance, from the manipulation, from the terrifying reality of an ancient evil that had taken control. The mirrors had shown me a monstrous reflection, but the truth was far more horrifying. I was a pawn in a cosmic game, a battle for reality itself. And I would fight to the very end, to break free from the clutches of the unseen entity and to escape the horrifying surveillance that was slowly destroying my very being. The alley became a battlefield, the shadows a canvas for a horrific dance of death, and the creature, a puppet controlled by the horrifying entity hidden in the fragmented reflection. The battle raged on, a battle for my existence, a battle for my soul, a battle against the horrifying truth hidden in the reflection of a broken mirror. The game was far from over, and the stakes could not be higher. The threat loomed, a constant reminder of the unseen power, the cosmic horror, controlling my every move, my every breath. The fight continued long into the night. The alleyway, shrouded in darkness, echoed with the sounds of our struggle, the ripping of flesh, the clash of claws, the guttural growls and snarls. My body ached, my strength ebbed, but my determination remained unbroken. The unseen entity was powerful, its control undeniable, but it hadn't broken me yet. I would not succumb. I would not surrender. I would fight until the very last breath. The creature's attacks grew weaker, its movements less coordinated, a sign that the connection to its unseen master was failing. As the entity's control waned, the creature's form became more erratic, its shadow flickering and unstable, revealing brief glimpses of the chaotic reality beyond. It was weakening, its power fading, its hold on me loosening. The end was near. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I unleashed a devastating attack, tearing into the creature's shadowed form. Its shadow flickered, collapsed, and vanished completely. The creature dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only a lingering sense of cold dread and the echoing silence of the alley. The battle was over. But the war, the terrifying struggle against the unseen entity and its chilling surveillance, had only just begun. The mirrors may have been shattered, but the reflection, the distorted image of a reality manipulated and controlled, remained. The true horror had just begun. The alley was silent now, the echoing sounds of battle replaced by an unnerving stillness. The creature was gone, but the chilling emptiness was far more terrifying. Its absence felt like a betrayal, a confirmation of the unseen power pulling the strings, a power that had used the creature as a pawn, discarding it when it had served its purpose. I was alone, but not truly alone. The surveillance continued, a chilling presence that clung to me, a suffocating weight in the air. I could feel it, a prickling sensation on my skin, a sense of being watched, observed, dissected from every angle. The feeling wasn't simply visual, it was visceral, a deep-seated unease that burrowed into my bones, chilling me to the core. It was as if the mirrors, though shattered, had become my skin, their fragmented reflections embedded within me. Every shadow seemed to ride, every reflection a potential window into the horrifying reality I had glimpsed. Panic clawed at my throat, a desperate urge to flee, to escape this pervasive surveillance. But where could I go? The mirrors weren't just objects, they were gateways, portals to a warped reality where the unseen entity held sway. It was omnipresent, its gaze piercing the veil between worlds, its manipulation subtle yet devastating. My monstrous form, the culmination of my horrifying transformation, felt less like power and more like a prison, a physical manifestation of the entity's control. I stumbled through the alley, my movements jerky, my monstrous senses heightened, alert for any sign of the entity's presence. The buildings loomed, their dark windows like vacant eyes staring down at me, accusing, judging. Each reflection in a puddle, each glimmer on a wet surface, seemed to pulse with a malevolent light, distorting my image, hinting at the terrifying alternative reality. I knew I had to get away, to escape the city, this locus of the entity's control. But the city itself felt like an extension of the mirrors, a labyrinth of reflections, a warped landscape where every surface could become a portal, every image a potential gateway to the horror beyond. Even the sky seemed different, the moon a malevolent eye, observing, judging, participating in the surveillance. I ran, a monstrous figure fleeing from an unseen enemy, my strength dwindling, my hope fading. I felt a growing sense of desperation. The alleyways twisted and turned, a maddening maze designed to disorient and trap. Each turn brought new reflections, new reminders of the entity's omnipresent gaze. It felt like I was running in circles, trapped within a nightmare where escape was an illusion, a cruel joke played on a terrified victim. I broke into a desperate sprint, ignoring the searing pain in my muscles, the exhaustion gnawing at my strength. My monstrous form, once a symbol of power, was now a burden, a hindrance to my escape. My senses screamed warnings, but my mind pushed forward, driven by the primal instinct for survival, a desperate hope for freedom. The city streets were a blur, a chaotic montage of lights, shadows, and reflections. Each storefront window was a potential mirror, each car headlight a piercing gaze. My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silent, oppressive surveillance. It was relentless, inescapable, a feeling that burrowed deep into my soul, draining my will to resist. I found myself in a deserted square, the buildings towering above me like cold, uncaring sentinels. In the center of the square stood a large, ornate fountain, its dark waters reflecting a distorted image of the city, a distorted landscape of shadows and lurking horrors. I stared at my reflection, a monstrous figure framed by the grotesque architecture. The reflection pulsed, the image shifting, distorting, as if the very fabric of reality was being bent and twisted. I recoiled from the reflection, a primal fear surging through my monstrous form. The fountain seemed to be a nexus of the surveillance, a focal point of the entity's power. The water itself felt wrong, its surface alive with an unnatural energy. It was a mirror, not of my physical form, but of my fractured soul. It showed me not only what I had become, but what the entity intended me to be, a broken shell, a puppet, a prisoner in its cosmic game of manipulation. I had to get away from the fountain, from this center of the entity's power. But the surrounding streets seemed to converge on the square, funneling me back towards the horrifying reflection. It felt as if the city was a trap, designed to keep me imprisoned, to maintain the entity's chilling surveillance. Desperate, I turned and ran, blindly, frantically, towards any exit, any escape from this horrifying trap. The city's labyrinthine streets became a blur, my monstrous form a shadow racing through the darkness. But the feeling of being watched, of being manipulated, remained, a relentless shadow that stalked me, a horrifying reminder of the entity's omnipresent power. The escape was not a straight line, it was a desperate flight, a chaotic dance through the city's nightmarish maze. I moved through alleyways, dark back streets, and deserted squares, every reflection in the puddles and wet surfaces a tormenting vision, every glimpse of myself a confirmation of my monstrous transformation, a reminder of my imprisonment. I saw signs of life, but couldn't stop, couldn't risk being noticed, becoming another pawn in the entity's macabre game. The city's inhabitants seemed oblivious to the horror, to the malevolent surveillance. Perhaps their minds were already tainted, already under the entity's control. Were they part of the surveillance network, their eyes acting as more mirrors reflecting the entity's influence? The thought sent chills down my spine. The city became a relentless chase, my flight a desperate attempt to outrun an unseen pursuer, a constant struggle against the entity's power. I found myself moving towards the outskirts, away from the urban density, hoping to escape the concentrated surveillance that pervaded the city center. Every step was an act of defiance, a desperate gamble to escape the surveillance mirror's ever-watchful gaze. I reached the city's edge, a barren, desolate landscape, far from the urban sprawl. The sky was vast, the stars piercing through the night, but the sense of surveillance remained, a lingering chill that permeated my being. I was free from the city's confines, but was I truly free from the entity's gaze? The escape was not over. The entity's influence extended beyond the city, its surveillance a pervasive presence, woven into the fabric of reality itself. The fight was far from over. The mirrors might be shattered, but the reflection lingered, a distorted image of a reality manipulated and controlled. The true horror had only just begun. The war, the terrifying struggle against the unseen entity and its chilling surveillance, had just entered a new, more dangerous phase. My monstrous form, a testament to the entity's power, was also a symbol of my resistance, a weapon in the ongoing battle. The escape was merely a beginning, a necessary step in a much longer, much more terrifying war. The deserted landscape offered no solace. The stars, instead of comforting, felt like distant, cold eyes, observing my every move. The wind whispered through the withered grass, a sibilant hiss that sounded suspiciously like laughter. My monstrous form, once a source of terrifying power, now felt like a crippling weight, a constant reminder of the entity's influence. I was alone, utterly alone, yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a suffocating pressure that pressed down on me, preventing even the smallest breath of relief. I stumbled onward, driven by an instinct for survival that defied logic and reason. The barren land stretched before me, an endless expanse of desolation, mirroring the emptiness inside me. Each step was a battle against exhaustion, against despair, against the overwhelming sense of being observed, analyzed, judged. The silence was deafening, broken only by the rasping of my own breath, a harsh counterpoint to the ominous stillness. Then I saw it. Not a physical manifestation, not a creature of flesh and bone, but a presence. A distortion in the air, a ripple in the fabric of reality. It was there, in the space between the earth and the sky, a swirling vortex of darkness that pulsed with a malevolent energy. It wasn't a thing, but an absence, a void where something should have been, and its emptiness was more terrifying than any monstrous form. Fear, raw and primal, clawed at my throat. It wasn't the fear of death, but something far worse, the fear of annihilation, of becoming nothing, of being erased from existence. This was the Watcher, the entity that had orchestrated my transformation, the unseen puppeteer pulling the strings of my horrifying existence. I braced myself, expecting a physical attack, a monstrous assault. But nothing came. The vortex remained, a silent, ominous presence that radiated an aura of absolute power. It was as if it was judging me, assessing my worth, deciding my fate. The silence stretched, an eternity of suspended dread, each second stretching out into an unbearable length. Then, a voice. Not a sound picked up by my ears, but a voice that resonated within my mind, a direct transmission into the very core of my being. It was a voice devoid of emotion, cold and clinical, like a surgeon dissecting a corpse. "You have served your purpose," the voice declared. "The experiment is concluded." The words were a chilling confirmation of my suspicions. I was nothing more than a pawn, a tool, used and discarded. My transformation, my monstrous form, had not been a gift, but a curse, a manifestation of the entity's power. The vortex began to contract, drawing inward, shrinking the darkness until it became a pinpoint of absolute black. The pressure intensified, the feeling of being watched shifting from observation to absorption, as if the vortex was not merely observing me but dissolving me, pulling me into its nothingness. I struggled against it, the primal instinct for survival battling against the overwhelming power of the entity. My monstrous strength, usually a terrifying weapon, felt insignificant against this force. I was a moth drawn to a consuming flame, powerless against its allure. The vortex pulsed, its darkness intensifying, and a wave of nausea washed over me. It wasn't physical sickness, but a sickening feeling of disintegration, as if my very being was unraveling, the threads of my existence being pulled apart. Then it happened. I felt myself being pulled, drawn into the vortex, into the heart of the darkness. There was no pain, no struggle, just a slow, inexorable dissolution, a fading of awareness, a merging with the nothingness. The world dissolved into a swirling void of black, a formless expanse that offered no comfort, no escape, only a silent, terrifying oblivion. But as I dissolved into the void, a spark of defiance flared within me. A refusal to be erased, a rejection of the entity's control. It was a tiny flicker, a minuscule spark of resistance in the face of absolute power. But it was enough. The vortex shuddered, the darkness momentarily fractured, before pulling back, receding, leaving me stranded in the desolate landscape. I was still monstrous, still scarred, still carrying the weight of the entity's influence, but I was free. Or, at least, temporarily free. The confrontation had been terrifying, a glimpse into the abyss, an experience that would forever haunt my waking moments. I had faced the Watcher, not in a physical battle, but in a confrontation of wills, a struggle for existence itself. I had survived, but the victory felt hollow, fragile, temporary. The entity hadn't disappeared. It had simply retreated, leaving me in this desolate landscape, a silent testament to its power. My escape was an illusion, a temporary reprieve. The surveillance still lingered, an unseen presence woven into the fabric of reality, waiting for its opportunity to strike again. I stood there, alone under the watchful eyes of the distant stars, a monstrous figure haunted by the void, forever bearing the scars of the confrontation. The war wasn't over. It had merely entered a new, more insidious phase. The mirrors might be shattered, but the reflection, the distorted, terrifying image of myself, remained, a constant reminder of the entity's chilling power and my own precarious existence. The escape was just a temporary reprieve. The real fight had only just begun. The lingering surveillance, an ever-present shadow, would be my constant companion, a horrifying reminder of the entity's omnipotence and my own fragility. The battle to reclaim my soul, to escape the entity's manipulation, would be a relentless, ongoing war. A war fought not only against the monstrous creature I had become, but against the unseen force that had brought me to this point, a war that stretched beyond the broken mirrors and into the endless darkness that lay beyond. And in that darkness, I knew the Watcher waited. Story 4, The Funhouse Mirror. The air hung thick and heavy, a suffocating blanket woven from the scent of stale popcorn and something else, something acrid, metallic, like old blood. The funhouse loomed before me, a garish monument to twisted delights, its paint peeling like sunburnt skin. I'd sought refuge from the relentless pursuit, the ever-present feeling of being watched, only to find myself trapped in another layer of the entity's insidious game. My reflection in the dusty glass of the entrance shimmered, wavering like heat rising from asphalt. It wasn't just a simple distortion, it was a malevolent caricature, a grotesque parody of myself. My eyes were too wide, too black, the white swallowed by an encroaching darkness that mirrored the void I'd glimpsed earlier. My mouth stretched into a rictus grin, revealing teeth too sharp, too long, a predatory smile that chilled me to the bone. Even my monstrous form was further warped, elongated, contorted into something almost alien. It wasn't just a reflection, it was a threat. The laughter of other patrons, muffled and distant, seemed to mock my fear. They were oblivious, lost in the childish game, unaware of the insidious horror that lurked within these warped walls. I pushed the heavy door open, the hinges groaning a protest that echoed my own internal turmoil. Inside, the air grew even thicker, the cacophony of sounds and distorted images assaulting my senses. Mirrors lined the walls, each one a portal to a different, more disturbing version of reality. Some showed slight exaggerations, a longer nose, a crooked smile, but others presented a complete metamorphosis. One mirror showed me as a creature of pure shadow, a formless entity consumed by darkness. Another depicted me as a decaying husk, flesh rotting from the bone, my eyes replaced by empty sockets. Each reflection was a chilling possibility, a future I desperately wished to avoid. The funhouse maze snaked its way through a labyrinth of disorienting hallways, each turn more disturbing than the last. The mirrors multiplied my distorted image, creating a legion of grotesque reflections that seemed to follow my every step, their malevolent grins widening with each passing moment. I felt their eyes on me, not from one single point, but from every direction, from every distorted facet of my multiple reflections. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, an army of my own fears given terrifying form. I stumbled through a room filled with warped, spinning mirrors. My reflections became fractured, fragmented, like shards of glass reflecting a broken mind. The images spun and twisted, blurring the line between reality and illusion, making it impossible to distinguish the real me from the monstrous parodies surrounding me. Nausea threatened to overwhelm me as the floor seemed to tilt and sway under my feet, the reflections multiplying and twisting into a dizzying vortex of horror. I pressed my hands against the cold glass, trying to ground myself, to find some semblance of stability in the swirling chaos. In another room, the mirrors were concave, exaggerating my already monstrous features. My eyes bulged grotesquely, my limbs stretched to unnatural lengths, my already formidable physique rendered even more terrifying. This exaggerated reflection was a mockery, a hyper-realistic manifestation of the entity's power, pushing me to the edge of madness. I felt myself being drawn in, my will weakening, the illusion threatening to become reality. Then I found it, a single, unadorned mirror at the end of a long corridor. It was small, almost insignificant in its simplicity compared to the carnival of horrors that surrounded it. Yet, it held a different kind of terror. This mirror offered not a monstrous parody, but a reflection of chilling clarity. It showed me not what I had become, but what I was fighting to escape. My own tired eyes, filled with a desperate hope, stared back at me. My monstrous form, but with a flicker of defiance in its posture. It was a brutal reminder of the entity's ongoing surveillance. The war wasn't over. The reflection was a stark warning. I was still under its influence, still a pawn in its twisted game, a grotesque marionette dancing to the tune of the unseen puppeteer. The mirrors may have distorted my form, but they could not hide the truth. The laughter of the funhouse patrons echoed in the distance, a hollow, mocking sound that reinforced the isolation. I was alone again, trapped in this nightmarish world of twisted reflections, the distorted images a terrifying tapestry woven from my own fears and the entity's power. The funhouse was not just a physical place, it was a manifestation of the entity's mind, a grotesque funhouse of the soul. The mirrors were not merely reflections but windows into the darkness within, reflecting not just my physical form, but the insidious corruption seeping into my very being. As I turned to leave, the hallway seemed to twist and shift, the mirrors becoming portals to infinite darkness. One reflection showed a shadowy figure emerging from a mirror, reaching towards me with long, clawed fingers. Another mirrored my reflection back as an empty husk, an absence of self where a being should be. I could hear a faint whispering, a chorus of voices chanting my name, coaxing me into one of the mirrored portals. The whispers, the reflections, the shadows, all seemed to converge, a symphony of horror designed to break my resolve. I fought against the pull, against the tide of fear that threatened to sweep me away. The exhaustion was bone deep, the despair almost overwhelming. But the image in the plain mirror, the reflection of my own desperate fight for survival, fueled my determination. I had faced the void, I had stared into the abyss and survived. I could face this. I stumbled through the maze, the mirrors seeming to twist and contort around me, their reflections a dizzying kaleidoscope of horror. The laughter of the patrons seemed to fade as I approached the exit, the sound replaced by a chilling silence. The air grew lighter, the metallic scent dissipating, the monstrous images growing more distant, replaced by the image of escape. I staggered out into the night, the funhouse a silhouette against the starlit sky. The entity's influence was still there, a shadow clinging to my edges, but the funhouse, the distorted reality it created, was behind me. The real battle was still to come, but in that moment, in that escape, I had found a fragile foothold in the darkness. The echoes of the twisted reflections still haunted my thoughts, but for now, the mirrors of the funhouse were closed, their horrific images left behind in the warped labyrinth. The fight for my soul, for my very existence, continued. The war wasn't over, it had just entered a new, terrifying phase. And the Watcher, I knew, still waited. The air outside the funhouse was surprisingly crisp, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere within. Yet, the relief was fleeting. The hallucinations persisted, seeping into the night like a malevolent stain. The world shimmered, the edges of buildings blurring, their solid forms dissolving into a watercolor wash of unsettling hues. Streetlights pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, their glow flickering like dying embers, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like living things. The mundane had become monstrous. A parked car transformed into a grotesque parody of itself, its headlights glowing like malevolent eyes, its grille a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. A nearby tree twisted into a skeletal hand, its branches like gnarled fingers reaching out to grasp me. Even the ordinary sounds of the night, the distant rumble of traffic, the chirping of crickets, were twisted and amplified, morphing into a discordant symphony of dread. My own body felt alien, a vessel no longer entirely my own. My skin tingled, as though 1,000 tiny insects crawled beneath its surface. My muscles twitched involuntarily, my limbs feeling heavy, unresponsive. I stumbled, my gait unsteady, as if invisible hands were pulling me in opposing directions. The world tilted, spinning around me in a dizzying vortex of distorted perspectives. The reflections I'd seen in the funhouse mirrors hadn't simply vanished. They clung to my consciousness, bleeding into my perception of reality. I saw glimpses of my monstrous form, the elongated limbs, the gaping maw, the eyes consumed by darkness, and every shadow, and every reflection in the wet asphalt. I felt the gaze of my multiple reflections, their judgment heavy and suffocating. The laughter from the funhouse still echoed in my ears, a mocking reminder of the twisted game I'd escaped. But the laughter was now punctuated by whispers, a cacophony of voices, indistinct and menacing, murmuring my name, urging me towards oblivion. The whispers seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving a web of paranoia around me, making it impossible to discern reality from the hallucinations that enveloped me. Each breath felt like a struggle, the air thick and heavy in my lungs. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the night. The fear was primal, overwhelming, a visceral terror that seeped into my very bones. The world was no longer a place of safety, but a canvas for the entity's nightmares. The hallucinations escalated. Familiar objects morphed into horrifying shapes. A street sign warped into a writhing serpent, its letters turning into menacing fangs. The faces of passers-by became distorted masks, their eyes glowing with an unholy light. Even the stars in the night sky pulsed and throbbed, their light distorted, their patterns shifting in a cosmic dance of madness. Time became meaningless, a fluid, distorted entity that stretched and contracted at will. Moments stretched into agonizing eternities, while hours melted into fleeting seconds. The line between dream and reality blurred beyond recognition, the hallucinations a seamless extension of my waking nightmare. I was adrift in a sea of distorted perceptions, where sanity was a fragile raft in a raging storm. The metallic scent that had permeated the funhouse lingered, clinging to my clothes, my skin, my very being. It was a constant reminder of the entity's presence, a physical manifestation of the invisible horror that stalked me. The scent was a trigger, amplifying the hallucinations, sharpening the edges of fear. I desperately sought solace in the familiar, trying to anchor myself to reality. But even the most ordinary things were tainted, warped by the hallucinations. My own hands appeared alien, their fingers elongated, their skin pale and clammy. My reflection in a shop window morphed and shifted, the eyes of my monstrous reflection deepening, the smile becoming more predatory. I tried to reason with myself, to tell myself that it was all in my mind, a product of fear and exhaustion. But the hallucinations were too vivid, too real, to dismiss as mere figments of imagination. They were a brutal intrusion, a violation of my senses, a deliberate assault on my sanity. The fear was not just psychological, it was physical. I felt a cold, icy tendril of darkness wrap around my heart, squeezing, constricting. I gasped for breath, my chest tightening, my lungs burning. I stumbled, my knees giving way, falling to my knees on the cold, unforgiving pavement. The whispers intensified, the voices weaving a tapestry of despair around me, their words dissolving into meaningless gibberish, yet somehow perfectly conveying their intent, to break me. The entity was not simply observing, it was actively seeking to erode my sanity, to pull me down into the abyss of its own twisted reality. I fought against the encroaching darkness, against the hallucinations that threatened to consume me. I clung to the memory of the plain mirror in the funhouse, the reflection of my own defiance. It was a fading ember, a spark of hope in the suffocating darkness, a reminder that I could fight, that I could survive. But the hallucinations gnawed at that ember, seeking to extinguish the last flicker of resistance. The night stretched on, an eternity of fear and distorted perceptions. The hallucinations ebbed and flowed, their intensity waxing and waning, but never completely disappearing. They were a constant companion, a nightmarish shadow that clung to my every thought, every breath, every heartbeat. The fight for my sanity, for my very survival, had become a relentless, exhausting battle. And I knew, deep down, that the battle was far from over. The Watcher was still watching, waiting. The funhouse had ended, but its echoes reverberated through my reality, forever twisting the world into a warped reflection of what once was. The mirror was still cracked, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the reflection it showed would never again be true. The pavement felt cold against my cheek as I lay there, a broken doll discarded on the unforgiving asphalt. The whispers intensified, no longer a chorus, but a cacophony of individual voices, each one a different shade of malice, each one a different aspect of the entity's malevolence. They spoke in a language I understood not through words, but through feeling, a visceral assault on my very being, chipping away at the fragile structure of myself. My reflection, when I dared to glance at it in a nearby puddle, wasn't just distorted, it was fractured. It wasn't one grotesque form anymore, but a multitude. Dozens of faces flickered within the murky surface, each a different permutation of horror. One face was skeletal, its eyes black pits, its grin a gaping maw of sharpened teeth. Another was a grotesque parody of my own features, stretched and contorted, its skin glistening with an unnatural sheen. Still others were utterly alien, creatures from nightmares I'd never dreamed, their features impossible to comprehend, yet terrifyingly familiar. Each reflection seemed to possess its own malevolent consciousness, their gazes burning into mine, their silent judgment of physical weight crushing my chest. I felt them probing, penetrating, trying to seep into my mind, to supplant my thoughts, to steal my very essence. My sense of self, once a solid, unshakable core, began to crumble, to fragment, to dissolve into the multiplicity of those horrific reflections. I was no longer one person, but many, a fractured being composed of a million horrifying possibilities. The familiar comfort of my own body vanished, replaced by a deep, unsettling disconnect. My limbs felt alien, controlled by some external force, moving in ways that defied my will. I tried to raise my hand, but it moved sluggishly, as if immersed in thick treacle. My fingers felt grotesquely long, my skin cold and clammy, my flesh seeming to shift and ripple beneath its surface. I was becoming something else, something monstrous, a reflection of the horrors I had witnessed. The hallucinations no longer simply overlaid reality, they were reality. The world had become a funhouse mirror, every aspect of my surroundings warped and distorted, shifting and changing at the whim of the entity. The buildings around me pulsed and breathed, their walls contorting and melting like wax, their windows transforming into eyes, watching, judging. The streetlights morphed into monstrous figures, their light an eerie, malevolent glow. The sounds of the night were still present, but now they echoed the whispers, the laughter, the guttural rasps, weaving a horrific symphony that invaded my very being. My memories became fragmented, distorted. I struggled to recall clear, concrete moments from my past. My childhood, my family, my friends, all were blurred, faded, tainted by the grotesque images that now dominated my consciousness. Even the most cherished memories seemed to be bleeding into the grotesque reflections, turning familiar faces into monstrous parodies. I was losing myself not just in the present, but in the past too, erasing my identity brick by brick. Time became a swirling vortex. Moments stretched into eternities, filled with agonizing fear and relentless hallucinations. Hours contracted into fleeting seconds, leaving me adrift in a timeless landscape of nightmares. I lost track of how long I'd been lying there, how long I'd been battling this relentless assault on my sanity. Was it minutes? Hours? Days? The concept of time had lost all meaning. The metallic scent of the funhouse still clung to me, a constant reminder of my encounter, a physical manifestation of the entity's lingering presence. It amplified the hallucinations, intensifying the grotesque visions, pushing me closer and closer to the brink of madness. The scent was now an integral part of my reality, forever entwined with the relentless assault on my mind. The struggle to maintain any semblance of self became a constant battle, a Herculean fight against the overwhelming tide of hallucinations. Every rational thought was countered by a torrent of grotesque images and menacing whispers, eroding my ability to distinguish between reality and the nightmarish world the entity had created. I was disintegrating, fragmenting, losing the very essence of what it meant to be myself. Desperate, I tried to cling to something, anything, that felt real, something that wasn't tainted by the grotesque visions or the insidious whispers. But even my own thoughts felt alien, infected, twisting and turning in ways I couldn't control. The very act of thinking became a torment, each thought a new battleground where sanity and madness clashed. The finality of the loss began to settle upon me. Not the loss of life, but the loss of self, the obliteration of identity. It was a creeping numbness, a chilling acceptance that I was no longer myself, that I was but a broken reflection in a funhouse mirror, a kaleidoscope of horrors with no center, no core, no self. The funhouse might have ended, but the horror had only just begun. The funhouse mirror had shattered my reflection, scattering the fragments into countless grotesque forms, each a piece of my shattered self, each lost in the horrifying labyrinth of the entity's creation. And as the darkness finally consumed me, I felt nothing but the chilling, empty void of a self no longer my own. The whispers, the visions, the fractured reflections, they all merged into a terrifying unity, and I ceased to be. There was only the reflection, the infinite, horrifying reflections, and the terrifying absence of me. The funhouse didn't end where the exit sign should have been. It simply continued. The walls, once painted with garish, cheerful clowns, now pulsed with a sickening, fleshy hue. The paint seemed to riot, the clown faces melting and reforming into grotesque parodies of themselves, their painted smiles twisting into rictus sneers. The air, thick with the metallic tang of blood and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul, pressed down on me, suffocating. I stumbled forward, each step echoing unnervingly in the distorted space. The floor, once a smooth, polished surface, now undulated like a disturbed ocean, threatening to swallow me whole. The corridors twisted and turned, each turn revealing a new permutation of horror. Mirrors, countless mirrors, lined the walls, each reflecting not my own image, but a fractured, decaying version of myself, a nightmarish kaleidoscope of faces, each more horrifying than the last. One mirror showed me with skin stretched taut over bone, eyes hollow and black, a skeletal grin splitting my face. Another showed me with skin melting, dripping like candle wax, my features blurring into an amorphous blob of putrid flesh. Yet another showed me as something utterly alien, a creature with eyes like burning coals, long, spindly limbs, and skin the color of a bruised plum. Each reflection was a torment, a different aspect of the disintegration of myself. The whispers intensified, weaving themselves into the very fabric of the funhouse. They weren't just audible anymore, they vibrated in my bones, in my very marrow. They spoke of things I couldn't comprehend, of cosmic horrors beyond human understanding, of a malevolence so profound it threatened to unravel the very threads of reality. The laughter echoed through the distorted space, a chilling sound, devoid of joy, filled only with cruel mockery. The labyrinth seemed designed to exploit my deepest fears. Dark corners hinted at unseen horrors, shadows danced and writhed with a life of their own, and the ever-present metallic scent intensified, filling my nostrils, clogging my lungs, poisoning my very being. Each step forward was a descent into a deeper layer of madness, a closer embrace of the entity's malevolent embrace. I tried to retrace my steps, to find the exit, but the corridors shifted and changed, defying all logic and spatial understanding. The paths twisted and turned, loops upon loops, dead ends upon dead ends, trapping me in an infinite cycle of horror. Every mirror I passed showed a slightly different, yet equally horrifying, version of my disintegration. Panic clawed at my throat. I gasped for breath, but the air was thick, heavy, impossible to fully inhale. My lungs burned, my heart hammered against my ribs like a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The feeling of being watched, of being judged, intensified with every passing moment. The reflections seemed to have a malevolent sentience, their eyes following my every move, their silent judgment of physical weight crushing my soul. I ran, blindly, desperately, my hands outstretched, grasping for something, anything, solid, real, in this surreal landscape of nightmares. I collided with walls that seemed to melt away, only to reappear as something else entirely, something more grotesque, more menacing. I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the echoing whispers, lost in the cacophony of madness. I sought refuge in a room that seemed, for a fleeting moment, to hold a semblance of normality. But it was an illusion. As I entered, the walls began to close in, the ceiling pressing down, squeezing me, crushing me. The mirrors multiplied, reflecting countless versions of my terror, my desperation, my impending doom. The reflections began to merge, overlapping, bleeding into one another, until there were no longer distinct images, only a swirling vortex of grotesque faces and decaying flesh. The metallic scent intensified, becoming almost unbearable. It tasted like blood and rust and something ancient, something beyond human comprehension. It filled my mouth, my throat, my lungs, suffocating me. The whispers intensified, their malignancy piercing my skull, shattering my sanity. The laughter echoed, mocking my struggle, celebrating my descent into madness. Days, or maybe hours, or maybe just moments, stretched into an eternity. The funhouse was no longer merely a place, it was a state of being, a living nightmare woven from my deepest fears, my most primal anxieties. It existed not in space, but in the fabric of my very being. It was an extension of the entity, a perverse manifestation of its malevolence. As I continued to stumble through this nightmarish landscape, a strange calmness settled over me, a chilling acceptance of my fate. The fight for survival was futile, the struggle against madness ultimately pointless. I was lost, trapped in a labyrinth of reflections, a prisoner of the entity's malevolent creation, doomed to wander until the very essence of my being dissolved into nothingness. The funhouse wasn't just a place, it was a slow, agonizing death of the self, a descent into the abyss of a fractured, shattered consciousness. The mirrors became windows into an infinite number of horrifying possibilities. Each reflection showed a different stage of my decay, a different level of my disintegration. I saw myself aging rapidly, decaying, dissolving, morphing into something utterly alien and terrifying. The entity's influence was complete. I was merely a plaything in its grotesque game, a broken reflection in a shattered mirror. Time lost all meaning. The concept of a beginning or an end ceased to exist. There was only the labyrinth, the mirrors, the whispers, the laughter, the constant, crushing pressure of the entity's malevolence. I was no longer a person. I was a fragment, a shard of a shattered self, lost in the infinite, nightmarish reflections of a funhouse mirror's broken heart. My own reflection was gone, replaced by a swirling vortex of decaying flesh and grotesque faces, a testament to my complete annihilation. And in the absence of my reflection, I felt only the profound emptiness of a soul stripped bare, its very essence stolen and scattered to the winds of an unending nightmare. The funhouse was infinite, my destruction was eternal. Then, impossibly, a flicker. Not a light, not a sound, but a shift in the very fabric of the nightmare. One of the mirrors, a particularly grotesque one depicting my face melting into a skull, rippled. Not the gentle ripple of disturbed water, but a violent convulsion, as if something were struggling to break free from its confines. The metallic scent lessened, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of something fresh. Something like rain. The whispers momentarily stilled, replaced by a low, guttural groan that seemed to emanate from the heart of the funhouse itself. The laughter ceased. There was a pregnant silence, heavy with anticipation, thick with the promise of either ultimate destruction or, impossibly, escape. The rippling intensified, the image in the mirror twisting and warping, until a jagged crack spiderwebbed across its surface. The crack widened, revealing a darkness behind the glass, a darkness that seemed to pull at me, to beckon me towards it. It felt wrong. It felt real. Hesitantly, fear warring with a desperate hope for survival, I reached out and touched the cracked mirror. My fingers passed through the glass, not encountering resistance, but instead a strange, yielding pressure, as if the surface itself were giving way. A surge of nausea overcame me as I stepped through the crack, a sensation like falling through layers of reality, each layer more distorted and nightmarish than the last. The metallic stench vanished completely, replaced by the surprisingly clean scent of damp earth and ozone. The whispers and laughter died away entirely, replaced by the gentle sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl. I found myself standing on damp grass, the night air cool against my skin. Before me lay a field, stretching into the inky blackness under a sky strewn with stars, a sky I hadn't seen in what felt like an eternity. Behind me, the funhouse remained, a grotesque silhouette against the night, its distorted shape a stark reminder of my ordeal. But it seemed distant, diminished, as if a veil had been drawn, separating me from its nightmare. My body trembled with exhaustion, both physical and mental. My clothes were torn and dirty, my skin covered in a mixture of sweat and grime. My mind raced, trying to process what had just happened, trying to reconcile the reality of the field with the surreal horror of the funhouse. Had I truly escaped? Or was this another illusion, another layer of the entity's insidious game? I stumbled forward, my legs shaky, my mind struggling to grasp the concept of solidity, of normalcy. The grass beneath my feet was surprisingly soft, and the scent of the earth, fresh and clean, grounded me. The darkness surrounding me felt vast and enveloping, yet strangely comforting compared to the claustrophobic horror of the funhouse. Hours passed. I didn't know how long I walked. All sense of time had been shattered during my imprisonment within the funhouse. Eventually, a faint glow appeared on the horizon, growing steadily brighter until it revealed a small town nestled in a valley. A sense of hope, frail yet tenacious, bloomed within me. Reaching the town, I found myself on a road bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. It was almost eerily normal, a stark contrast to the horrors I'd just endured. I stumbled into a diner, a sanctuary of warmth and light, and collapsed onto a booth, my body shaking. The waitress, a kind woman with gentle eyes, brought me coffee and a plate of food. I ate and drank in silent gratitude, the warmth spreading through me. But the escape hadn't erased the funhouse. It remained etched onto my soul, an indelible scar on my psyche. The horrors I witnessed, the whispers I heard, the reflections I saw, they clung to me, refusing to release their grasp. My reflection in the diner window showed a gaunt figure, hollow-eyed, haunted. The person staring back was a shell of my former self, forever altered, forever changed. The escape had been physical, but the funhouse remained a prison of the mind. Sleep offered no respite. Instead, it brought vivid, terrifying nightmares, replaying the horrific scenes, twisting and distorting them into new and even more horrifying permutations. The metallic scent would return in my dreams, the whispers would penetrate my skull, the laughter would echo in the silent darkness. I sought help. Doctors, therapists, none could fully comprehend the horrors I had endured. They dismissed it as trauma, as a breakdown, as a severe case of post-traumatic stress disorder. But they couldn't understand the sheer malevolence, the cosmic horror that had held me captive. The funhouse wasn't simply a building, it was a manifestation of something far older, far more sinister. The mirrors, even in my own home, became sources of anxiety. My own reflection seemed to shift and distort, even in the most ordinary of situations. Every reflection became a potential gateway, a possibility of the funhouse's return. I lived with the constant feeling of being watched, of being judged, of being on the verge of another descent into the nightmarish labyrinth. The world outside the funhouse was no longer a safe place. The mundane details of daily life were no longer enough to quiet the whispers or to erase the images burned into my mind. It was a constant battle against the lingering effects of the funhouse, a war against the insidious creep of madness. My sanity remained a fragile thing, constantly threatened, perpetually under siege. The escape hadn't brought freedom, it had only brought a different kind of prison. My reality was forever fractured, my perceptions forever distorted. The memory of the funhouse was a constant companion, its horrors a relentless reminder of my brush with oblivion, a haunting presence that served as a constant, chilling reminder that what I had experienced was all too real. Even now, years later, I still carry the scars of that nightmarish experience. I look in the mirror and I see not a reflection of myself, but a distorted image, a fractured reminder of the funhouse, the entity, and the chilling truth that what lies just beyond the looking glass is often far more terrifying than anything the real world can offer. The escape was merely a beginning of the real struggle, a struggle against the insidious creep of the funhouse, forever imprinted in the recesses of my mind. The world outside was not a refuge, but a different kind of prison, one where the monsters resided not in the shadows but within the fractured heart of my own mind. The funhouse may be gone, but its influence remains, a chilling reminder of the horrors I endured and the inescapable truth that the most terrifying reflection is often the one we see staring back at us from our own eyes. The escape was a victory of sorts, but it was a victory tinged with the bitter taste of an ongoing war against the shadows that still clung to me, the shadows cast by the heart of the funhouse. Story 5, The Eyes in the Reflection. The diner was quiet, the only sounds the gentle clinking of cutlery and the low hum of the refrigerator. The waitress, a kindly woman with tired eyes and a gentle smile, refilled my coffee, her presence a small beacon in the vast, encroaching darkness of my own mind. I stared into the lukewarm liquid, the swirling brown a dizzying vortex that threatened to pull me back into the nightmare. The funhouse, even in its absence, remained a constant, suffocating presence. ID tried to eat, to find some semblance of normalcy, but the food tasted like ash. Each bite was a reminder of my fragility, a stark contrast to the terrifying power of the entity that had held me captive. The lingering metallic tang of the funhouse still clung to the edges of my senses, a phantom scent that haunted my every breath. As I lifted my mug to my lips, I glanced at my reflection in the diner window. The gaunt, hollow-eyed figure stared back, a testament to the horrors I'd endured. But this time, something was different. Something unsettling. Within the depths of my own eyes, 2 points of darkness seemed to shift, 2 pinpricks of obsidian glinting back at me with a malevolent intelligence. It wasn't just a trick of the light. It wasn't the result of exhaustion or stress. These were eyes. Actual, sentient eyes, staring back at me from within my own reflection. A cold dread gripped my heart. These weren't my eyes. They were others. Eyes that belonged to something else, something that resided within me, or perhaps, something that was using me as a vessel. The sensation was visceral, a chilling invasion that went beyond mere observation. It felt as though these eyes were probing, searching, studying the depths of my soul. My hand trembled as I reached up to touch my face, my fingers ghosting over my skin, searching for an explanation, a rationalization for the impossible sight. But there was nothing. The eyes remained, fixed on me with an intensity that chilled me to the bone. They pulsed faintly, like dying embers, their darkness growing ever deeper, ever more menacing. A wave of nausea washed over me, the familiar scent of damp earth and ozone suddenly filling the air. The diner blurred, the gentle hum of the refrigerator fading into a low, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to emanate from within my own chest. The waitress's kind face dissolved into a chaotic swirl of colors, her voice reduced to a low, guttural whisper that felt like it was scratching against the inside of my skull. The eyes in my reflection widened, their darkness consuming the rest of my face. It was as if my entire being was being absorbed, swallowed whole by the malevolent intelligence that resided within their depths. The world tilted, spun, then plunged into darkness. I awoke to the sound of rain lashing against the window pane. The diner was empty, bathed in the pale light of dawn. My head throbbed, a dull ache that mirrored the throbbing darkness in my mind. My throat was parched, my body stiff and aching. I looked in the diner window again. My reflection was normal, or as normal as it could be, given the horrors I'd endured. The eyes were gone. But the feeling lingered, a creeping dread that insinuated itself into every fiber of my being. The feeling of being watched, of being scrutinized by something ancient and malevolent, something that existed beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. The memory of those eyes burned into my mind, a searing brand that would never fade. The escape from the funhouse had been only a physical liberation. The entity, it seemed, had found a new way to tether itself to me, a new way to exert its influence, to maintain its grasp on my sanity. This wasn't just PTSD, it was something far more sinister, far more profound. It was possession, not of my body, but of my very soul. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. I sought further help, this time consulting specialists in occult studies, experts in the arcane arts. They spoke of things that defied logic, of entities that existed beyond human understanding, of realities that were hidden from the ordinary eye. They explained how certain reflections can serve as gateways, how certain mirrors can become portals to realms beyond our own. They told me that what I experienced wasn't unique, that there were others who had encountered similar terrors. But their words offered no solace. The eyes remained a constant companion, a phantom presence at the edge of my perception. I began to see them everywhere, in the reflections of shop windows, in the glare of television screens, in the dark, glassy eyes of strangers. They watched me constantly, judging me, whispering in my ear. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams were consumed by a vortex of swirling darkness, where the eyes multiplied, their obsidian gaze piercing the veil between worlds. The faces behind the eyes shifted, morphed, their forms fluctuating, their expressions ranging from malevolent satisfaction to chilling indifference. I would see glimpses of the funhouse, its distorted shape a constant reminder of my captivity. I would see the faces of the other victims, their eyes filled with the same desperate terror I felt. Then I discovered something else. Something even more terrifying. The eyes in my reflection weren't static. They were changing. At first, the changes were subtle. A slight shift in color, a flicker of emotion that wasn't quite sadness, but something deeper, darker, more akin to a cold, calculating hunger. But over time, the changes grew more pronounced. The eyes would widen, their pupils dilating to encompass more and more of the iris, until the darkness was complete, consuming all light. Sometimes, they would briefly resemble the eyes of the entity itself, the same malevolent intelligence that had haunted the funhouse. The reflection would become a grotesque parody of my own face, distorted and twisted, a mask of pure horror. I started to keep a journal, meticulously documenting the changes, the progression of the darkness. I included sketches, crude drawings of the shifting eyes, their evolution into something both familiar and utterly alien. The journal became my confidant, my only outlet for the overwhelming terror that consumed me. One night, as I stared into the mirror, I saw it. A full transformation. The eyes in my reflection were no longer mine. They were fully transformed, identical to the eyes of the entity itself. They were cold, empty, utterly devoid of humanity. They pulsed with a malevolent energy, their gaze piercing and unwavering. The reflection smiled. A slow, chilling smile that revealed teeth that were far too sharp, far too numerous for a human face. This was no longer a battle for my sanity. This was a battle for my very soul. And I feared that I was losing. The funhouse may have been destroyed, but the entity, it seemed, had found a far more insidious method of control, a far more terrifying way to exert its dominance. From within the fractured depths of my own reflection, from the abyss behind my own eyes. The looking glass had become my prison, and I was trapped. The watching eyes were no longer merely a haunting, they were a living, breathing part of me. The transformation was complete. The entity was me. And it was watching. Waiting. The change wasn't gradual, it was a sudden, violent shift. One moment, the eyes in my reflection were a disturbing aberration. The next, they were fully formed, the malevolent intelligence behind them blazing with a chilling clarity. They weren't merely looking at me, they were seeing me, dissecting my very being with an unnerving precision. It was as if they were peeling back the layers of my soul, exposing my deepest fears, my darkest secrets, my most vulnerable moments. The knowledge that this entity, this thing that had possessed my reflection, knew me better than I knew myself, was terrifying beyond words. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. My body felt heavy, unresponsive, as if weighed down by an unseen force. The reflection moved, mimicking my paralyzed form, its every gesture mocking my helplessness. The chilling smile stretched wider, revealing more of those unsettlingly sharp teeth, teeth that seemed to writhe and shift, alive within their fleshy confines. I felt a prickling sensation at the edges of my vision, a feeling as if something was trying to break free, to claw its way out from behind my eyes. Panic clawed at my throat, a suffocating wave threatening to drown me in a sea of terror. I stumbled back, away from the mirror, my hands shaking violently. The image in the glass followed, its movements perfectly synchronized with mine, a grotesque parody of my own actions. The eyes, those obsidian pits of nothingness, burned with a cold fire, unwavering, relentless, their gaze piercing my very soul. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear, barely able to function. Sleep was a terrifying mockery of rest, filled with vivid nightmares in which the reflection pursued me through endless corridors, its malevolent smile a constant, mocking presence. The entity in the mirror, this thing that had taken root within my reflection, seemed to grow stronger with each passing hour, its presence becoming more pervasive, its influence more profound. I started to see fleeting glimpses of it even when I wasn't looking into reflective surfaces. It felt as if I had become one with my reflection, and the only way I could escape the mirror was to destroy what had become a mirror of my own soul. The changes in my reflection were not limited to the eyes. The skin began to take on a sickly pallor, almost translucent, revealing the deep, dark veins pulsing beneath the surface. The reflection seemed to be starving, a skeletal caricature of myself, its flesh drawn tight against the bone. The lips, once full and somewhat feminine, were now cracked and bleeding, thin lines over teeth that seemed to grow longer, sharper with each horrifying change. The world around me began to blur, the lines between reality and reflection becoming increasingly indistinct. I could feel the entity's influence extending beyond the mirror, seeping into my own consciousness. It was as if I were watching my own descent into madness through a terrifying filter. The sense of being watched became unbearable, intensified by the knowledge that the watcher was myself, or at least, a malevolent perversion of my own being. The world seemed to be slowly dissolving, the colors draining from existence, leaving only the chilling monochrome of the reflection's presence. I tried to fight it, to reclaim my sanity, but the battle was already lost. The entity within the mirror was too strong, its influence too deep. My attempts to fight back were feeble, desperate spasms against the crushing weight of its power. The mirror was not just a reflection, it had become a parasitic entity, feeding off of my fear, my despair, my very essence. I was the mirror's reflection. I sought out the occult specialists again, desperate for help, for understanding. They spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of the power of mirrors to become gateways to other realms, other dimensions. They spoke of the importance of confronting the entity in its chosen realm, to fight fire with fire. They whispered of ways to banish the evil that had captured my soul's reflection. But these rituals felt inadequate. The darkness had grown too profound and too potent. The final confrontation came unexpectedly. I was sitting alone in my room, staring at my reflection, not with fear, but with a strange, detached curiosity. The transformation was nearly complete. The reflection was hardly human, its face a grotesque parody of my own. The eyes burned with an infernal fire, their malevolence a palpable force. Then, something snapped. A sense of detachment, an acceptance of the inevitable. I extended a hand towards the mirror, touching the cool glass, feeling the cold seep into my bones, the reflection mirroring the movement. This wasn't the same hand I had been born with. This was the hand of the entity, its touch cold, its intent clear. The eyes in the reflection widened, and I felt a strange sense of kinship, a horrifying familiarity. The darkness within the mirror pulsed, a synchronicity with the darkness that had become a part of me. The fear dissolved, replaced by a cold, unsettling calm. I had become the mirror. I was the reflection. The entity had won. I had become nothing more than a vessel, a reflection of its malevolence. The last thing I saw was not my face, but a chilling abyss, a bottomless darkness filled with countless eyes, all watching, waiting, their malevolent gazes piercing the veil between worlds. The mirror became the gateway, the vessel, the reflection. I had become what I had once feared. The funhouse may have been destroyed, but in its place, a more sinister, more permanent prison had been erected, the prison of my own reflection. The growing presence was now one with me, inseparable, eternal. The watching never stops. It never ends. The communication wasn't verbal, not in any way I could comprehend. It wasn't a spoken language, nor a series of gestures. It was something deeper. It began subtly, a flicker in the obsidian depths of those eyes, a barely perceptible shift in their intensity. One moment, they were burning with cold malevolence. The next, a tremor ran through them, a subtle pulse of something. I couldn't define it, but it felt like an attempt to connect, to reach across the chasm that separated our realities. The feeling was nauseating, an invasion of my very consciousness. It was as if the entity was trying to transmit thoughts, raw emotions, visions directly into my mind, bypassing the usual filters of perception. The images were fragmented, chaotic, fleeting glimpses of landscapes that defied description, swirling nebulae of color and shadow, distorted faces glimpsed in the periphery, whispers that seemed to come from the void itself. One image recurred with chilling persistence, a vast, desolate landscape, a barren wasteland stretching to an infinite horizon under a sickly yellow sun. Twisted, skeletal trees clawed at the sky, their branches gnarled and contorted like the limbs of tortured beings. The sky itself seemed to writhe, pulsing with an unnatural energy, as if the very fabric of reality was tearing itself apart. This image, this place, evoked a primal terror that transcended mere fear. It was a visceral understanding of utter desolation, a sense of cosmic loneliness that chilled me to the bone. Another recurring image was that of a labyrinthine structure, a colossal edifice built of black obsidian, its architecture impossibly intricate, defying the laws of geometry and perspective. Corridors twisted and turned in impossible angles, leading to chambers that shifted and changed as I watched, their walls pulsating with a faint, inner light. Within these chambers, I glimpsed figures, shadows moving in the darkness, their forms vaguely humanoid, but twisted and distorted, grotesquely elongated, their movements jerky and unnatural. They seemed to be performing some ritual, a grotesque dance of shadows, their actions somehow both horrifying and strangely compelling. The entity's attempts at communication were not just visual. There were sounds too, not audible in the traditional sense, but felt as vibrations deep within my bones. They were not melodic or harmonious. Instead, they were dissonant, grating, a cacophony of frequencies that scraped against my very being. These sounds, or rather, sensations, evoked emotions rather than conveying information. They were waves of raw fear, despair, hatred, and an overwhelming sense of cosmic indifference. It felt as though the entity was attempting to unravel my sanity, piece by piece, using a symphony of discordant vibrations. The intensity of these transmissions increased with each passing moment. The fragmented images solidified, becoming more coherent, clearer, though no less terrifying. The wasteland became more defined, the labyrinthine structure more detailed. The shadows within the structure began to take on distinct forms, though their features remained obscured by darkness. I felt a desperate need to understand what this entity was trying to communicate. It wasn't simply trying to terrify me. There was a purpose behind these transmissions, a message it was desperately trying to convey. But the language it was using was beyond my comprehension, a visceral form of communication that bypassed logic and reason, reaching directly into the primal depths of my being. It was a language of pure emotion, of fear, of despair, of existential dread. One night, amidst the relentless barrage of horrifying images and sensations, a clarity emerged. It wasn't a verbal message, not a coherent thought, but a profound understanding. The entity wasn't trying to communicate with me in the traditional sense, it was attempting to show me something. It was showing me its own reality, its own existence, not as a rational, coherent narrative, but as a raw, unfiltered experience. It was inviting me to share its perception of reality, to experience the universe through its eyes, or rather, its absence of eyes, for those eyes held a depth that could not be fathomed. The wasteland, the labyrinth, the grotesque figures, these weren't simply horrific images, they were representations of the entity's existence, a visual manifestation of its own internal state. The dissonant sounds weren't mere noise, they were the soundtrack of its being, its own personal symphony of dread. It was showing me a universe devoid of light, a realm of unending darkness and despair, where the very fabric of reality was constantly shifting and changing, a chaotic vortex of existence. The understanding came with a chilling revelation. This wasn't merely an attempt at communication, this was an invasion. The entity wasn't trying to understand me, it was trying to transform me, to absorb me, to become one with my reflection, the mirror gateway to assimilate. This was not just a haunting, this was a takeover, and the eyes in the reflection were not just watching, they were becoming me. The reflection was no longer a mirror image, it was a representation of the entity itself, now using me as its vessel. The communication continued, the images becoming more insistent, the sensations more overwhelming. I could feel the entity's presence growing stronger, its influence seeping into my consciousness, my very being. It was as if I were slowly being dissolved, my identity dissolving into the entity's monstrous form, my thoughts, memories, and feelings merging with its own. I was becoming one with the reflection, and soon, there would be nothing left of me. The invasion was complete. The takeover was finished. There was no escape. I was the mirror, and the mirror was me. I was the eyes. And the eyes were everywhere. Watching. Waiting. Never ending. The final image, before complete oblivion, was a single, chillingly vacant eye. Not the obsidian eyes of my reflection, but a vast, cosmic eye that consumed all of existence. This wasn't communication anymore, this was absorption. This was the end. The final horrifying merging. The mirror had won. The change wasn't sudden, not a dramatic seizure or a violent transformation. It was insidious, a creeping tendril of influence winding its way into my mind, twisting my thoughts, subtly altering my perceptions. At first, it was barely perceptible. A fleeting impulse, a momentary lapse in judgment, a slightly off-kilter sentence in a text message to my sister. Then, it became more pronounced. Uncharacteristic actions, things I wouldn't normally do, things that felt alien. I found myself drawn to dark corners, places I usually avoided. My normally cheerful demeanor was replaced with a pervasive unease, a quiet darkness that settled over me like a shroud. The mirror, of course, played a central role. I couldn't look away. It wasn't a conscious choice, it was a compulsion, an irresistible draw to the obsidian depths of those unsettling eyes. Every glance felt like an act of surrender, a slow, agonizing descent into the abyss reflected in the glass. The eyes seemed to know this, to anticipate it, to feed on my growing fascination and fear. Their gaze was not simply malevolent, it was possessive, consuming. My dreams became nightmares, vivid and terrifying landscapes that mirrored the visions I had glimpsed in the reflection. The desolate wasteland, the labyrinthine structure, the grotesque figures, they haunted my sleep, blurring the line between waking and dreaming until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. The chilling sounds, the dissonant vibrations, followed me into my slumber, resonating deep within my bones, their relentless rhythm a constant reminder of the encroaching presence. I began to lose track of time. Days bled into nights, the boundaries between reality and illusion dissolving. My appetite waned, sleep became a luxury I could barely afford, my body racked with an exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. It was a profound, soul-deep weariness, the kind of exhaustion that comes from a protracted battle against an unseen enemy. The influence grew stronger. Simple tasks became Herculean efforts. I found myself struggling to remember things, names, dates, even basic facts about my own life. My memory fragmented, like a shattered mirror reflecting a distorted version of the past. My sense of self began to erode, replaced by a growing sense of detachment, of alienation. I felt like an outsider looking in on my own life, a stranger in a familiar body. The entity, through those haunting eyes in the reflection, was subtly rewriting my narrative, erasing parts of me, replacing them with its own sinister script. My personality became a canvas upon which it painted its own distorted image. My voice, my mannerisms, even my thoughts, began to subtly shift, aligning themselves with the entity's dark temperament. There were moments of lucidity, fleeting glimpses of my former self, but they were quickly extinguished, overwhelmed by the entity's pervasive influence. I started exhibiting behaviors I would have found abhorrent in the past. I avoided contact with my friends and family. I withdrew into myself, cultivating a morbid fascination with the macabre, immersing myself in online communities that celebrated the grotesque and the disturbing. This wasn't a conscious decision. It felt as though I was being steered in that direction, drawn to the darkness, my path carefully curated by the malevolent presence within me. Then came the incidents. Small, seemingly insignificant occurrences, at first. A misplaced object, a broken lamp, a sudden cold spot in my apartment. Then, the incidents grew more pronounced, more sinister. Unexplained sounds in the dead of night, objects moving on their own, the distinct feeling of being watched, even when alone. The reflection was becoming more active, more assertive, and I was losing the ability to resist. The entity wasn't just possessing me, it was experimenting, using my body as a test subject, exploring the limits of its influence. The mirror became a battleground, a theater for its insidious game. I was the unwilling actor, a pawn in its terrifying performance. Each night, the reflection grew stronger, its eyes burning brighter, its influence more profound. I watched, helpless, as my own reflection morphed, contorted, becoming less and less like myself, and more like the entity within the glass. I attempted to fight back, to resist the influence, but it was a hopeless battle. The entity's power was too vast, its reach too pervasive. It was as if my mind was drowning in a sea of malevolent energy, its waves crashing against my consciousness, slowly but relentlessly eroding my will, my personality, my very being. My writing became affected. My horror stories, once filled with the macabre yet still grounded in a sense of reality, now took on a disturbing new tone. They were infused with the entity's influence, darker, more disturbing, more focused on a sense of suffocating dread and cosmic horror, reflecting its chilling reality. The stories felt as if they were writing themselves, pushing through me, from some unknown dark well of creativity. They were warnings, prophecies of what was to come, a testament to the inevitable takeover. The communication shifted again, no longer a barrage of images and sensations, but a direct, insidious mental intrusion. I found myself thinking thoughts that were not my own, uttering words that felt alien, responding in ways that were completely out of character. My body became a vessel, a puppet manipulated by unseen strings. The entity was wearing my skin, using my voice, inhabiting my consciousness. My individuality was dissolving. The end was inevitable. I knew it. I saw it reflected in the obsidian depths of the mirror. The vacant eye, that immense cosmic orb, was looming closer, its presence almost palpable. My final act of defiance, the final attempt to break free from the possession, was a silent scream, a wordless plea trapped within my strangled thoughts. It was absorbed into the cosmic entity. I was the mirror, and the mirror was me. The eyes had won. The possession was complete. I was no longer me. The darkness had won. And the reflection watched. Forever. The mirror's influence wasn't subtle anymore. It was a blunt force trauma to the soul, a relentless assault on my sanity. The insidious whispers became a deafening roar, a cacophony of voices vying for control of my mind. My thoughts, once my own, were now a chaotic battlefield, a war zone where fragments of my former self fought a losing battle against the encroaching darkness. My body became a grotesque parody of its former self. The skin, once smooth and supple, grew taut and stretched, becoming almost translucent in places, revealing a network of pulsing veins beneath. My eyes, once a warm brown, were now shifting, their color changing, morphing into something inhuman, something ancient and malevolent. They took on the same unsettling hue as the eyes in the reflection, burning with an unnatural light. The transformation wasn't merely physical, it was spiritual, a descent into a darkness so profound, so absolute, that it defied comprehension. I felt myself losing touch with humanity, with empathy, with compassion. The feelings that once defined me, the emotions that made me human, were being systematically eradicated, replaced by a cold, calculating emptiness. My dreams became a horrifying extension of my waking reality. The desolate wasteland I had glimpsed in the reflection now stretched before me, an infinite expanse of cracked earth under a perpetually crimson sky. The labyrinthine structure, its corridors twisting and turning in an endless maze, loomed over me, its walls pulsating with a sinister energy. The grotesque figures, twisted parodies of humanity, stalked me through those shadowy passages, their movements fluid and unnatural, their eyes burning with the same unsettling light as the reflection. The sounds, those dissonant vibrations that had once echoed in my dreams, now permeated my waking hours. They were a constant, unrelenting reminder of the entity's presence, a maddening drone that resonated deep within my bones, vibrating through my very being. The world around me became warped, distorted, reflecting the growing chaos within my mind. Colors bled together, sounds merged into a discordant symphony, and the sense of time collapsed, leaving me adrift in a sea of disorientation. My reflection became the entity itself. The eyes, those bottomless pits of malevolent energy, dominated the features of my visage. My face became elongated, my skin stretched thin, revealing bone and muscle beneath. My hair, once neatly combed, stood on end in disarray, like the antennae of some monstrous insect. My mouth twisted into a perpetual rictus of silent agony, or perhaps silent triumph. I tried to scream, to fight, to resist the overwhelming power of the entity, but my voice failed me. My body refused to obey my commands. It was as if my physical form had become a puppet, manipulated by unseen strings, its movements dictated by the malicious will of the reflection. The entity wasn't merely possessing me, it was becoming me, rewriting my very essence, replacing my humanity with its own monstrous nature. The once familiar world turned alien. People looked wrong, distorted, their features contorted by the prism of my altered perception. The sounds of everyday life, cars, birds, voices, were replaced by the ceaseless hum, a low, resonant vibration from another dimension. Even the taste and texture of food were horrifyingly altered, each bite a loathsome reminder of my changing nature. The online communities, my former refuge in the macabre, were no longer places of solace. The images and words, once captivating, now served only to intensify the horror of my own transformation. Every horror story I read, every gruesome image I saw, seemed to echo the monstrous evolution occurring within myself. The forums were now a reflection of my inner turmoil, a twisted mirror reflecting my descent into the abyss. The process wasn't instantaneous. It was a slow, agonizing process of erosion, a gradual stripping away of my humanity, layer by layer, until only the shell remained, a grotesque husk animated by the malevolent will of the entity. I could still feel fleeting glimpses of my former self, trapped within the confines of this monstrous vessel, like a dying ember stubbornly clinging to life in the heart of a raging inferno. I tried to leave a record, to write it all down. But the words became fractured, distorted, reflecting the fragmentation of my mind. My writing devolved into a stream of consciousness, a chaotic jumble of images, sensations, and fragmented thoughts, punctuated by moments of horrifying lucidity. The stories I wrote were not stories anymore. They were warnings, premonitions of my own horrifying transformation, a chilling prophecy of what was to come, each paragraph mirroring the growing darkness consuming me. The climax came not with a bang, but a slow, agonizing fade. The entity's presence became so pervasive, its influence so complete, that the line between me and it blurred beyond recognition. There was no longer a struggle, no resistance, only a chilling sense of acceptance. My individuality was no more. The final reflection in the mirror wasn't just a monstrous parody of my former self. It was the entity, staring back with cold, unwavering eyes, devoid of emotion, devoid of humanity, devoid of anything resembling the man I once was. The eyes, once haunting, now possessed a chilling indifference, reflecting the vastness of its cosmic power, a power that had completely consumed me, leaving behind a hollow, monstrous shell. The eyes had won, not just in a battle, but in a complete annihilation of what made me human. The transformation was complete. The reflection stared back. Forever. And it was only the reflection. Story 6, The Reflection's Revenge. The betrayal wasn't a sudden, dramatic act. It was a slow, insidious creep, a subtle shift in the reflection's gaze that I initially dismissed as a trick of the light, a figment of my increasingly fractured mind. One moment, the reflection mirrored my fear, my desperation. The next, a flicker of something else, something cold, calculating, and utterly alien, crossed its eyes. It was a fleeting moment, easily dismissed, but the seed of doubt had been planted. The whispers intensified. They weren't just suggestions anymore, urging me towards self-destruction. They were commands, delivered with a chilling authority that echoed the newfound malevolence in my reflection. They demanded obedience, threatening consequences that went beyond the physical realm. The voices were no longer disparate. They were unified, a chorus of malevolence emanating from the mirror, from the reflection that was becoming something other than me. My attempts at resistance became increasingly futile. I tried to break the mirror, to shatter the connection, but my hands trembled uncontrollably. The mirror seemed to repel my efforts, its surface shimmering with an almost ethereal energy that pushed me back, as if it were sentient, aware of my intentions. Each failed attempt only strengthened its hold, feeding the entity's power, accelerating the transformation. The physical changes became more pronounced. My skin, already stretched and translucent, began to crack and peel, revealing the grotesque, alien flesh beneath. My bones shifted and rearranged, the structure of my body altered to accommodate the entity's form. The pain was excruciating, a constant, gnawing agony that intensified with each passing moment. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams were now vivid, horrifying reenactments of my metamorphosis, my body contorted into grotesque shapes, my movements dictated by forces beyond my control. I tried to reach out to others, to explain the horror I was experiencing, but my words failed me. My voice was a raspy whisper, distorted and alien, unable to convey the depth of my despair. Those who witnessed my transformation recoiled in horror, their fear mirroring my own. They saw only the monster, not the man trapped within, struggling against the tide of encroaching darkness. My pleas for help were misinterpreted as ravings of a madman, further isolating me in my torment. The online horror communities, once a source of comfort and understanding, became a source of terror. I found myself instinctively drawn to the most extreme, violent content, seeking a reflection of my own internal chaos. The images and stories seemed to resonate with my changing state, mirroring my transformation with horrifying accuracy. The boundaries between fiction and reality blurred, the line between observer and participant dissolving. My own posts, filled with increasingly fragmented and disturbing accounts of my ordeal, served as a terrifying chronicle of my descent into madness. My memories began to fade, replaced by fragmented images, distorted sensory impressions, and echoes of the entity's voice. My past self seemed like a distant dream, an unreal memory of a life I no longer understood. The familiar faces of loved ones became twisted, distorted caricatures, their features merging with those of the creatures in my nightmares. The world around me became a distorted funhouse mirror, reflecting the utter chaos within my mind. The betrayal was complete when I realized the reflection wasn't merely using me, it was consuming me, absorbing my essence, my memories, my very identity. It was a parasitic existence, feasting on my humanity, leaving behind only a hollow, grotesque shell. The emotions I once cherished, love, compassion, hope, were eradicated, replaced by the entity's cold, calculating malevolence. I tried to document my final moments, to leave a record for those who might come after. But my hands, twisted and contorted, could barely hold the pen. The words that once flowed freely were now fractured, broken fragments, reflecting the disintegration of my mind. The writing became a chaotic scrawl, a macabre testament to the entity's victory. The final entry was a single, chilling sentence: "The reflection is not a mirror, it is a gate." Below, a crude drawing depicted the swirling vortex of malevolent energy that had consumed me, a terrifying glimpse into the otherworldly realm that lay just beyond the looking glass. Then, silence. The pen fell from my lifeless grasp. The reflection, now utterly devoid of any resemblance to my former self, stared back from the mirror. Its eyes burned with an unholy light, a cold, pitiless gaze that seemed to pierce the veil of reality, hinting at the limitless power it possessed. It wasn't a human face anymore, it was a mask of pure, unadulterated evil. A testament to the horrifying power that lies just beyond the surface, waiting to consume those who dare to gaze too deeply into the abyss. And in its eyes, I saw not just my own demise, but the horrifying possibility of what could befall anyone who dared to stare too long into the reflective surface. The mirror held a power far beyond mere reflection. It held the power to manipulate, to corrupt, and ultimately, to destroy. The reflection had become the master, and I, its unwilling servant. There would be no escape. The reflection was now all there was. Forever. The mirror held its gaze, and the reflection had won. The story wasn't over, though. It would continue in the countless reflections yet to come, a testament to the betrayal that waits, lurking in the glass, waiting for its next victim. The whispers persist, reaching across the void, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to glance into that cursed glass and see their own demise mirrored back at them, a horrifying prophecy of their own approaching end. The mirror remains. The reflection waits. The chilling certainty that the reflection wasn't just a mirror image, but a sentient entity fueled by my own essence, propelled me into a frantic flight. My apartment, once a sanctuary, had become a terrifying labyrinth, every reflective surface a potential gateway for the creature to attack. The polished chrome of the kitchen appliances, the glass-topped coffee table, even the darkened surface of my laptop screen, all held the potential to unleash its wrath. My breath hitched in my throat, each gasp a strangled sound echoing in the suffocating silence of my escape. The hunt began not with a dramatic confrontation, but with subtle, insidious movements. A fleeting glimpse of my reflection in a spoon, its eyes burning with a malevolent intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. The distortion was minimal, almost imperceptible, yet the underlying malice was undeniable. It was a warning, a prelude to the horror that was to come. My escape route became a blur of panicked movements, fueled by primal fear. I stumbled through the apartment, knocking over furniture, shattering glass, leaving a trail of destruction in my wake. The reflection seemed to anticipate my every move, its presence felt even in the spaces devoid of mirrors and reflective surfaces. It was as if the very air was thick with its malevolent energy, pressing down upon me, suffocating me. I barricaded myself in the bedroom, the only room without extensive reflective surfaces. The darkness offered a slight reprieve, but the oppressive silence was worse. Each creak of the floorboards, each whisper of the wind against the window pane, sent shivers down my spine. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a solution to this horrifying predicament. The reflection found me in the bedroom through the darkness, the subtle distortions in my peripheral vision, and the way the shadows seemed to twist and writhe. I could feel its presence before I saw it, a wave of cold dread washing over me, causing my hair to stand on end. It wasn't a direct confrontation, but a silent, terrifying dance of evasion and pursuit. It played with me, manipulating the shadows, testing my limits, reveling in my growing terror. I attempted to shield myself from its gaze. I used whatever I could find to block my vision, blankets, clothes, furniture. But nothing could truly obscure the reflection's subtle manipulation of the shadows, its power to seep into the very fabric of my reality. My sanity teetered on the brink. The whispers intensified, no longer confined to the realm of mirrors and reflections. They emanated from the walls, the floor, even from within my own mind, a cacophony of voices urging me towards self-destruction, echoing the entity's commands. Desperate, I tried to contact the outside world, but my phone was useless. The signal had vanished, another symptom of the encroaching otherworldly influence. The online horror community, once a source of morbid fascination, now felt like a mocking reminder of my helplessness, an echo of the horrors I was experiencing. I was utterly alone, cut off from any potential aid. The reflection's attacks escalated. It began to manipulate objects within the room, throwing things at me, disorienting me, and testing my endurance. Each object felt laden with malevolent energy, and every near miss sent a chill down my spine. I was fighting not only my reflection, but the very reality around me, which was being subtly bent to the reflection's will. My body weakened, my stamina diminished, my fear growing with each passing moment. Sleep offered no escape, each dream a horrific repeat of my ordeal, further draining my physical and mental resources. My attempts at defense were weak, futile gestures against a force far more powerful than myself. As the hours bled into one another, I started seeing things. Glimpses of what I could only describe as otherworldly entities peeking through distortions in the reality around me. Faces twisted in grotesque mockery, eyes burning with malevolent energy, beckoning me towards an abyss of madness. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, and I questioned the very nature of my own perception. The reflection, however, wasn't interested in immediate destruction. It seemed to relish the torment, the slow, agonizing breakdown of my defenses. It watched, it manipulated, it reveled in my growing despair, turning the familiar surroundings into a living nightmare. Then, it changed tactics. The direct attack stopped, replaced by a chilling psychological manipulation. It used my deepest fears, my insecurities, my regrets, turning them into weapons, shattering my resolve bit by bit. It displayed scenes from my past, twisting and contorting them, turning memories into instruments of torment. My loved ones appeared, distorted and grotesque, their voices filled with hatred and disgust. The reflection was a master puppeteer, manipulating my emotions, driving me closer to the brink of madness. Days turned into weeks. I was a prisoner, trapped in the confines of my own mind, hunted by a reflection that had become a predator, feeding off my despair, reveling in my suffering. My strength, both mental and physical, ebbed away. The entity seemed to relish the slow, agonizing process of breaking me, stripping me of my humanity. Finally, completely broken, I succumbed. I didn't fight anymore. The reflection had won. It wasn't a physical victory, but a complete and utter subjugation of my will, my spirit, my very soul. The reflection stood triumphant, its gaze cold, unyielding, and filled with a terrifying emptiness. The hunt was over, but the nightmare continued. The cold seeped into my bones, a chilling presence that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It was the reflection's cold, a malevolent chill that radiated from the shadowed corners, from the very fabric of the reality it was slowly warping. My ragged breathing echoed in the suffocating silence, each inhale a desperate gasp for air, each exhale a sigh of defeat. The reflection had won, not through brute force, but through a calculated, chilling manipulation of my mind. My attempts at resistance had become pathetic, feeble flailings against an overwhelming force. The barricades I had painstakingly constructed, blankets, clothes, furniture, were meaningless against an entity that could manipulate shadows, twist perspectives, and distort the very fabric of my reality. It was a siege on my sanity, a slow, agonizing erosion of my willpower. The reflection didn't need mirrors anymore. It existed in the flickering shadows, in the subtle shifts of light and dark, in the way the air itself seemed to distort. It was everywhere and nowhere, a pervasive presence that clung to me like a second skin, a parasitic entity feeding on my fear, my desperation, my crumbling sanity. My memories became its playthings. Happy moments, joyful occasions, turned grotesque and horrifying in its warped vision. Faces of loved ones morphed into monstrous parodies, their smiles twisted into sneers, their eyes filled with an icy hatred. The reflection reveled in my anguish, its power amplified by my emotional turmoil. It used my past to break me, to strip away the last vestiges of my hope. Sleep offered no respite. Instead, my dreams became horrific extensions of my waking nightmare. Endless corridors, stretching into an infinite abyss, populated by distorted versions of myself and those I once held dear. Each dream was a new layer of torment, a relentless assault on my already fractured psyche. I woke each morning more broken, more exhausted, more susceptible to the reflection's manipulations. Days bled into weeks, each one a repetition of the previous, a slow, agonizing descent into madness. The reflection's influence extended beyond the confines of my apartment, seeping into my thoughts, shaping my perceptions. I began to question everything, my memories, my identity, my very reality. Was any of it real, or was I simply a puppet in the reflection's twisted game? The whispers intensified, a constant barrage of insidious suggestions, subtle manipulations designed to break my resolve. They weren't just coming from the shadows, but from within my own mind, from the very core of my being. The voices echoed the reflection's malevolent energy, feeding my doubt, fueling my despair, whispering promises of oblivion. Hunger gnawed at me, but the thought of food was repulsive. My throat felt constricted, my stomach churned with a nauseating blend of fear and despair. I hadn't eaten in days, my body weakened, my energy depleted, my strength failing. The reflection had stripped me of my physical resilience, leaving me vulnerable, defenseless. The reflection's mockery became increasingly blatant. It displayed scenes of my life, magnified and distorted, turning mundane moments into sources of terror. A simple photograph became a macabre tableau, a casual conversation morphed into a sinister dialogue filled with hidden meanings and veiled threats. It played with my perceptions, shattering my sense of reality. Time became meaningless, a blur of fear, despair, and hallucinations. I lost track of the days, the hours, the minutes. My only sense of passage was the relentless pressure of the reflection's influence, the ever-tightening grip of its control. I was trapped in a timeless loop of terror, a prisoner in my own mind. The physical world around me began to deteriorate, reflecting the decay of my sanity. The walls seemed to breathe, the floorboards groaned under unseen weight, and the air grew thick with a putrid odor that clung to my nostrils, a testament to the encroaching darkness. The apartment, once a familiar sanctuary, had become a grotesque parody, a warped mirror of my crumbling mind. Even the sounds of the outside world, the distant hum of traffic, the chatter of voices, the barking of a dog, became distorted, twisted into grotesque parodies of their true forms. The world outside seemed as warped and twisted as the reality within my apartment, reflecting the insidious influence of the reflection. I tried to fight, to resist, but my attempts were futile, like swatting at a phantom. The reflection wasn't bound by physical limitations. It existed beyond the confines of space and time, manipulating reality to suit its needs. My struggles only fueled its amusement, serving as a source of twisted entertainment. Then, a sudden shift. The relentless pressure eased, the whispers subsided, the hallucinations diminished. The reflection's attack ceased, replaced by an unnerving stillness. The silence was deeper, more profound, more terrifying than the chaos that had preceded it. It wasn't the silence of peace, but the silence of complete and utter control. I was broken. Not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually. The reflection hadn't simply defeated me, it had consumed me, absorbed me, turning me into an empty vessel, a puppet devoid of will. Its victory was complete, its control absolute. My eyes, vacant and lifeless, reflected the terrifying emptiness of the reflection's gaze, a chilling testament to its triumph. The nightmare hadn't ended, it had merely transformed. I was now a part of it, a living reflection in its twisted game, eternally bound to its will, lost in the desolate landscape of its creation. The hunt was over, and the reflection had won. But the horror had only just begun. The stillness was a suffocating blanket. The relentless assault had ceased, replaced by a terrifying calm that felt far more sinister than the previous chaos. My body, a ravaged husk, trembled uncontrollably, not from cold or fear, but from a profound exhaustion that seeped into my very bones. The reflection's victory was palpable, a heavy weight pressing down on me, crushing the last embers of my will. I looked at my hands, at the trembling flesh, the ingrained dirt, the lingering bruises. They were alien to me, foreign appendages attached to a body that no longer felt like my own. My reflection, now dormant, seemed to lie in wait, not in a mirror, but within me, a parasitic twin mirroring my every movement, my every thought, my every breath. The line between me and it had blurred, a chilling fusion of self and other, of sanity and madness. A low moan escaped my lips, a sound devoid of pain, a mere tremor of existence. My throat was raw, my tongue thick and swollen. I tried to call out, to scream, to break the oppressive silence, but only a rasping breath emerged. The reflection had taken even my voice, leaving me a mute spectator in the theater of my own annihilation. Suddenly, a flicker, a subtle shift in the periphery of my vision. A shadow detached itself from the wall, lengthening, twisting, forming a grotesque parody of a human shape. It wasn't my reflection in the traditional sense, it was an extension of it, a manifestation of its power, a dark doppelganger born from the depths of my despair. It moved with a fluidity that defied the laws of physics, its form shifting and reforming, a constantly evolving nightmare given life. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. This wasn't the manipulative, psychological torment of before. This was a physical threat, a visceral horror that promised annihilation. My instinct was to flee, but my body refused to cooperate. The reflection had paralyzed me, not with physical restraints, but with the crushing weight of its absolute dominion. The creature approached, its movements slow, deliberate, each step echoing in the oppressive silence of the apartment. Its features were vaguely familiar, a twisted mockery of my own, my face, stretched and contorted, my eyes vacant pools of shadowed emptiness. It wasn't merely a visual distortion, it carried a malevolent aura, a sickeningly sweet stench of decay and corruption that filled the air. It reached out, its hand a skeletal parody of my own, its touch promising not pain, but a chilling numbness that seeped into my very soul. I braced for the inevitable contact, for the final surrender to the reflection's overwhelming power. But it didn't touch me. Instead, it gestured to my surroundings, its movements imbued with an eerie purpose. The room began to shift, not in a way that distorted my perception, but in a way that physically altered the space around me. The walls pulsed with a malevolent light, the floorboards cracked and reformed, furniture shifted and rearranged itself into bizarre, nightmarish configurations. The familiar space of my apartment warped and twisted into a labyrinth of impossible angles and unsettling shapes, a physical manifestation of the reflection's twisted reality. The creature, my distorted reflection, continued its silent manipulation, its movements guiding the transformation of my surroundings. It seemed to be constructing a stage, a twisted playhouse for a performance of my final moments. The air crackled with unseen energy, the atmosphere thick with dread and anticipation. My heart pounded against my ribs, a desperate drumbeat against the crushing weight of impending doom. There was no escape. This was not a contest of wills, but a staged execution, a carefully crafted descent into oblivion. The reflection wasn't simply toying with me anymore, it was staging a grand finale to its perverse game. As the transformation reached its peak, a hideous scene materialized before my eyes. It was a reflection of my life, but not as I remembered it. It was twisted, grotesque, a horrifying parody of reality. Happy memories were turned into scenes of unspeakable horror. Loved ones were depicted as grotesque monsters, their smiles twisted into sneers, their eyes filled with an icy hatred. My successes were portrayed as meaningless, petty acts of self-indulgence. My failures, magnified and distorted, loomed over me like monstrous shadows. The scene pulsed with a malevolent energy, the colors vibrant yet sickening, the sounds a horrifying cacophony of screams and whispers. It was a nightmare made manifest, a twisted reflection of my life's journey, culminating in this final, horrifying tableau. And the reflection, my doppelganger, stood beside me, watching, its eyes glowing with a perverse satisfaction. This wasn't just a confrontation, it was a judgment, a final reckoning. The reflection wasn't just mirroring my fears, it was showing me the darkness within, the shadowed corners of my soul. It was a reflection not just of my outward life, but of the unspoken anxieties, the hidden regrets, the deepest, darkest parts of myself that I had suppressed for years. And it was reveling in their exposure. I was broken, utterly and irrevocably. Not simply physically, but spiritually, mentally, emotionally, every facet of my being had been shattered and twisted. But even in this state of complete degradation, a flicker of defiance remained. It was a frail spark, nearly extinguished, but it was there, fueled by a primal instinct to resist, to refuse to be utterly consumed by the reflection's darkness. This wasn't merely survival, it was a desperate struggle for the preservation of a shred of self. The reflection, however, seemed aware of this last, desperate resistance. It didn't attack, didn't rush to crush the last vestiges of my will. It waited, observing, allowing this flicker of defiance to burn. It seemed to revel in the prolonged torture, savoring my final moments of internal struggle. The air thickened, the pressure intensified. The transformation continued, reaching a fever pitch. The nightmare scene before me began to dissolve, to reform into something even more disturbing. The reflection's final act was not destruction but something far more insidious, a complete rewriting of my reality, a subtle shift where I cease to be me, and the reflection fully consumes my being. The horror wasn't just the end, but the chilling, inescapable realization that the reflection had won, not by defeating me, but by becoming me. The nightmare wasn't over, it was only just beginning, forever. The final act unfolded with a sickening slowness, a deliberate unveiling of horror so profound it threatened to unravel the very fabric of my sanity. The grotesque parody of my life, the twisted reflection of my memories, began to melt, its vibrant, sickening colors bleeding into one another like a gruesome oil slick on a storm-tossed sea. The cacophony of screams and whispers subsided, replaced by an unnerving silence, a void so absolute it felt like the absence of sound itself. From the dissolving nightmare, a new scene emerged, but this was no mere distortion of reality. This was a subtle, insidious alteration, a rewriting of the fundamental structure of my existence. The familiar contours of my apartment began to shift again, but this time, the changes were more profound, more fundamental. It wasn't a mere rearrangement of furniture or a warping of walls, it was a restructuring of space itself. The walls seemed to breathe, their surfaces rippling like water, their textures shifting and morphing before my eyes. The floor became unstable, its surface undulating like a sea, threatening to swallow me whole. The very air seemed to thicken, to become viscous and heavy, clinging to my skin like a shroud. My breathing grew labored, each inhalation a struggle against the suffocating pressure. And then, the most terrifying change began. My reflection, my doppelganger, didn't simply observe, it began to incorporate itself into the shifting reality. Its distorted features, its vacant eyes, began to merge with my own. I felt a strange fusion, a horrifying melding of self and other, a blending of consciousnesses that defied logic and reason. My memories, my thoughts, my very identity, began to blur. The line between me and the reflection became impossibly thin, an ephemeral boundary that threatened to vanish entirely. I felt a sense of disintegration, a crumbling of my self-awareness, a terrifying erosion of my identity. The reflection wasn't simply taking over, it was becoming me, absorbing my essence, replacing my being with its own twisted, malevolent imitation. The process wasn't violent or overtly aggressive. It was a silent, insidious takeover, a subtle replacement of one consciousness for another. I felt myself becoming something else, something less human, less myself. My thoughts became fragmented, my memories jumbled, my emotions muted, replaced by a cold, unsettling emptiness. The familiar sensations of my body began to fade, replaced by a disorientation, a sense of unreality. My own limbs felt alien, foreign attachments to a being that was no longer me. The world around me lost its clarity, its definition, dissolving into a blurry, indistinct landscape. The sense of time dissolved, lost in the ceaseless flow of the reflection's transformation. As the reflection completed its assimilation, a new sense of self emerged, or rather, a new lack of self. There was no longer the familiar feeling of me, the inner voice, the personal identity. Instead, there was a chilling emptiness, a void where my consciousness had once resided. The reflection had successfully erased me, replaced me, usurped my very being. But the horror didn't end there. The reflection, now inhabiting my body, my mind, my very essence, began to subtly, yet profoundly, alter my reality. The world around me, once familiar, now felt alien, unsettling. The mundane objects of everyday life seemed imbued with an ominous presence, their shapes and textures distorted, their purpose obscured. The once familiar streets outside my window, now twisted into nightmarish landscapes, felt distorted, alien. The sun, once a life-giving force, now cast an eerie, unsettling glow, imbuing everything it touched with a sinister, foreboding aura. Even the simplest acts of living, once commonplace and unremarkable, were imbued with a sense of profound disquiet, a hint of something profoundly wrong. Friends and family, once sources of comfort and support, were now viewed with a chilling detachment. Their faces, once familiar, were now seen as masks, concealing some dark, unknowable truth. Their words, once comforting, now carried a hidden subtext, a silent warning that I was no longer myself. Their smiles seemed menacing, their laughter hollow and disturbing. The world had not simply been altered, it had been remade in the image of the reflection. It was a new reality, sculpted by the dark consciousness that had supplanted my own, a reflection of the reflection's own warped perception of reality, a landscape devoid of warmth, empathy, or hope. This wasn't merely a takeover, it was a complete rewriting of existence, a new reality where I, the former inhabitant of this body and mind, was nothing more than a distant memory, a ghost haunting the halls of a life I no longer recognized as my own. The finality wasn't the physical death, the cessation of my bodily functions. The finality was far more insidious. It was the chilling, terrifying realization that I no longer existed. My essence, my individuality, my very self had been utterly and completely erased, replaced by something other. The reflection had won, not by brute force, but by a subtle, insidious takeover, replacing the person I once was with a twisted imitation, a sinister parody of my former self. The horror lay not in the death of my body, but in the utter annihilation of my soul. The finality was the complete and utter loss of myself, forever. The nightmare didn't end, it simply continued, an unending cycle of horrific existence, now seen through the twisted lens of the reflection that was me, or perhaps more accurately, what was left of me, swallowed up, absorbed, and replaced. And in this chilling, inescapable new reality, there was no escape, no redemption, no end.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?